Hello, hello, hello. How's everybody doing tonight? I hope everybody's doing well. Eurism, good to see you, my friend. Boxo rocks. Hello, hello. Hi, how are you? Hope you're doing well. Oh, fuck, I just exited out of the chat again. I just did it again, didn't I? That's fine. We're jumping back into some Dune Awakening tonight. The last night of full loot. We're gonna go run around the deep desert a little bit and see if we can't find some fights to get into. I don't know. We'll jump on into it. Let's go ahead and jump on into it here. We've got a couple of things to catch you up on as to like where we've been and what we've done over the past day. It has not been a ridiculous amount, but we did do a little bit of some grinding. We did kind of start to knock out some of the Landsrad that we need to knock out, which is basically just that one. I've basically boiled it down to that one Circuit Gauntlet Landsrad. That's basically all we're going to be hitting up, I think. Let's go ahead and jump on into it.
Instead of invasion, on subversion instead of elections.
Zipped, coming in, dropping that sub. I'm pretty positive. Yep, this is BotRix catching up with all the subs between the last live stream and now, so those will be going off for a minute.
On infiltration instead of invasion, on subversion instead of elections, on intimidation. On infiltration instead of invasion, on subversion instead of elections.
Oh, right. Let me catch you guys up. As you can see, we've knocked out Nope, that's the wrong one. 2,200, and this is only on one rotation here. I basically rolled through and hit up all of these POIs and then the lab, and then we were at 2,000. So, like, realistically, this should be something that's super cake to knock out. I might do a couple trips tonight, but I think we're gonna go and get our assault ornithopter all prepared and roll out with that is what I'm thinking we do first. Jen's pulled out of leagues. Jen's pushed back into leagues. We don't even know any of the combat relics yet. You know what? I'm kind of like bummed out with these reveals, Jen. I wish we knew what tier it was in and what we had to vote against. Like, today's reveal was the only one where it actually seemed like they were showing us two relics in the same category, so we know that we're gonna have to vote against them or for, you know what I mean? That's what I want to know. Because it's like, okay, what's the invention relic that they dropped going up against? I think these guys are probably going to end up spending a lot of time in archaeology. What sort of monsters and stuff is archaeology required to access? Jen, do you know what endgame of monsters? Elder God Wars? You know what I should have done and could have done? I could have just exited the map and then rolled up through the front on the world map. That would have been faster than this, I think. 60, I think. What do you mean? There's 60 bosses that are locked behind archaeology. Or you need 60 archaeology to get to the Elder God Wars. My god, bro. This event needs to end, dude. Is Elder God Wars the only one that's locked behind archaeology, though? Is kind of what I'm wondering. Like, what other bosses and what other content is locked behind archaeology? I know the buffs are there. And I'm pretty sure some of those mysteries unlock some pretty important content boss-wise and progression-wise. This event is doing my head, and you can't even, can you turn the gins down? I don't know what the gin is. Yeah, but this event is just brutal. We're bouncing out of the Hog Basin is what we're doing. Oh, I wish I could. I wish I could turn the guns down. I wish they would release and not have these firing off for no fucking reason every 10 seconds, literally lagging the shit out of the server. Now, the problem is I don't know if my assault is out there or what. Kel, hello, hello. Hi, how are ya? I think a lot of these RuneScape 3 players are going to end up grinding out to 120 archaeology. I don't know, man. That seems like a weird mindset to be in, Jen. Also, shh. Are we just... What the fuck is going on? Also, are we just gonna ignore that invention relic? What the hell's up with that invention relic, Jen? That's almost like a must grab. Unlimited invention materials? What? That is absurd. Some of those invention materials are like some endgame materials that you need to like disassemble some components from endgame bosses to get, right? Like what are we even talking about here? Man, if it's up against Production Prodigy, I'm gonna have a hard time picking it. Production Prodigy didn't look like it affected... invention, so you wouldn't be able to disassemble everything in one go. And that might be a bitch, dude. What do you mean the Slayer one? Have they revealed the Slayer one? We don't even know what tier these relics are in. That's what's pissing me off. I'm like, could they at least slot it and tell me what tier it's in and what I'm going to have to vote against it to get? I'm hoping that it's not just relic reveals, Jen, and that they start to actually give us some real solid information that I can theory craft off of. Because having the relics information is one thing, but I like genuinely, I need to know what tier it's in. I need to know what I'm voting up against it with. A task list of sorts would be fantastic. This guy that I'm based as close as possible to, as possible to, as possible to. You tried landing your scout and guess you clipped in his carrier wings. No way, Kel. No way, bro. No way. They needed to do something about the wings, bro. They need to do something about the wings, man, because the wings be causing some insanity, I tell you what. These wings are wild. So the Landsrad's not even over yet. Oh yeah, it is over. Okay, and we are pushing towards that. Interesting. Okay. Very interesting. Kel, the wings. I've been harking and saying for weeks now that the wings need to be made no clip in some way, shape, or form. Genuinely, it's gotten a bit absurd with the wings and what they do, both like to your character, to other vehicles. Yeah, it's actually wild. All right. Let's go dump this stuff off, take this assault ornithopter out, see if anybody's flying around, see if we can't lose some stuff on the last day here or get into some dirty business on the last day here. Just started yesterday on Harmony. This crazy. Oh man, I don't know what's crazy, my friend, because there's a whole list of things here that's a bit wild on Harmony. What are we talking? We talking like the massive amounts of spice melange dupes? Are we talking like the hyperinflated economy? The actual, like, congregation of a mass amount of people? Like, realistically, Funcom could probably shut down, like, 90% of their servers in each region and just funnel people down to, like, 3. Yeah, the economy's absolutely wild out here. It genuinely is. No, I didn't, Kel. Was it on the Discord? Man, I've been like up and down and up and down. I got on Discord just as quickly as I got off Discord. Or I got on and just as quickly got off. I don't know. You get hit by this rocket? No, you don't, bro. Oh. No, no, dude. Oh. We'll have to pull that one up later, Kel. Shee, so we can all point and laugh at you, because that is absolutely I've said since day one I'm worried about the ships doing exactly that, and thankfully I've been able to avoid them. But I haven't done a lot of flying around out there. I wasn't even paying attention when we were flying. That could have easily happened. Mikey's. Hi, how are you, my friend? I hope you're doing well. That's a very good point. A lot of the dupers and stuff have definitely hit up multiple servers. That's for certain. Reese coming in, dropping that follow over on Twitch. Hi, how are you, my friend? Welcome. I hope you're doing well. You don't know if there's a sound cue for the new ship dropping, but you didn't hear anything, or maybe it's all the cannons going off. Probably a mixture of things, Kel. The cannons, the lag, the breaking bases causing even more lag. Most of the servers and clusters you've seen have messed up economies. Yeah, I've heard that actually, Mikey's, that these things are, these bot farms are infecting every server. It's like multiplied by at least 4 times over here on Harmony. That was freaking out of hand. You wish they would tell us if the shops are unlimited, because that's a huge thing for RuneScape 3. I'd imagine the shops are going to be unlimited, Jen. I don't see why they wouldn't be. Why is that a huge thing for RuneScape 3, though? Like, what big benefit are you expecting to get out of unlimited shops? With this being the first league that RuneScape is doing, I could easily also see that being something that kind of gets forgotten to implement. You know what I'm saying? Hobo, hello, hello, hello. Mikey's, you know, that's an interesting question that you bring up there. I'm wondering what's going on with the public test servers. So before the last big balance update that got pushed out, a lot of, we kind of knew what it was going to be like once it hit the actual public servers. So that's a good point that you bring up. I'm wondering how those servers are going. I know that last time we were live, somebody was saying they were playing on the public test servers and they had just gotten the archetype armor from, I don't remember what class it was, but the armor actually did have a passive benefit of lowering the cooldowns of that class's abilities. And they didn't know if that was like a passive that was just going to carry through all of the archetypes or what exactly, but that's definitely some interesting news. There's not a lot of content coming into the game inside of and on the 10th. I'm not really excited for the event that's happening, but the big balance changes that are happening are actually huge, I think, and give me a little bit of hope that they're going to continue to make big pushes towards like balancing a lot of things. There's a lot coming out. A lot of controversial stuff too. Like some people are tripping on the possibility of shit. Oh, good. Good. On all of these rockets coming and having the the lock-on ability. You know, I'm hopeful. I'm hopeful that this is. I think this is a good sign. There's not really that content push, which is going to kill off the player base more and more, but I don't think that's what they should be worrying about right now, because I don't think the content that they have to offer is anything special and is only going to piss people off more. I think this event that they're putting on just goes to show it. They got cannons shooting out of the mountain and just all sorts of like nonsense going on. Oh yeah, give me a minute. Give me a minute here. The wifey needs some information in which I'm going to have to look up. I'm going to have to look it up because I don't know it off the top of my head. So bear with me just 1 second. Okay. That's all I needed, actually. We got it. Give me a minute. Alrighty. Yeah, think we moved we're standing now, yep. We're up in the air, we're up on our feet, so we've got to be standing. I've got like a messed up shoulder. I gotta hit up Dima on Discord to figure out what neck massager he was wanting me to pick up, because I got a like jacked up shoulder. Yeah, no special video effects. That's like IRL stuff going on. That's why we're standing. It was a moving desk, correct. Desk. They're never going to balance the game for players who don't play in big guilds. Unfortunately, Mikey, and you're kind of entirely right, man. It does suck. The second you get into any sort of situation where it's, I mean, 3v1, 4v1, but the game's balanced for guild versus guild, and that's totally fine. They just need, I'm hoping they start to balance the mechanics of the guild versus guild combat, like scheduled fights, the respawn problem that they have going on, the lack of actual risk because of the the repair glitch. So there's like a lot of those mechanics that I'm hoping that they're able to knock out. Well, 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 what do we have here? Would you look what we have here? Very interesting looking buggy base. But if it gets the job done, then it gets the job done. Who am I to judge? This Stravidium Island does not look mine. Did that or it just respawned? Did that just respawn in front of our eyes? Is that what happened? I don't think they all respawn at once like that, so they must have just rendered in, or I just rendered them into my brain, so... Very interesting. Oh, the ships are easy out here. The ships, you can basically cheese all of the AI and you don't have to kill any of it. The labs, when you're a solo, are absolutely ridiculous, and it has everything to do with the fact that all of the AI is targeting you. It has nothing to do with like any sort of natural difficulty that was generated inside of the labs, because the difficulty in the labs is all artificial. And like you said, the second that you have 3 people there, it becomes trivial because the hang on, we might have a bogey. We're gonna have to be flying in like low, because last time I think I wasn't flying low enough. Okay, this is a dirty field and it's empty. It's an empty, dirty, empty field. Once you get 3 people in the labs, it becomes trivial because the AI's not knowing who to target at certain times, so not all of it's targeting you at one single time. I don't think they'll ever balance that out. They're not creative enough with their PvE. And when I look at Conan Exiles, I haven't watched any of the gameplay, but just looking at the types of bosses and monsters in Conan Exile, it's the most run-of-the-mill type shit. The creative team over there is slacking, bro. Even with an IP where they could do some interesting things with like the hallucinations or whatever else, anything else, we've got nothing. And I don't think they're capable of putting anything together. I think the Dune IP actually fits the best into what these creative developers are capable of, because they can kind of like coattail off of their whole excuse of like, oh, we're trying to stick to the lore. That's why you're only fighting other people. Like, okay, but you copy and pasted the other the people over and over and over again, so what the fuck are we doing here? Like, I'm pretty sure like in Prince of Persia, all you're doing is fighting other people, but I remember when I played that game as a kid, it sure as hell didn't feel like I was fighting the same enemies over and over and over and over again. And I know comparing those two games is like apples and oranges, but like, let's just be real for a second. Let's just be real for one singular second. Yeah, I think the PvE player population in this game will die out, which actually might drop this game's population down to 8,000 or 9,000 concurrent, even with new content coming out, if they're not able to actually come up with some worthwhile PvE. So my previous assumption of like 15,000 to 20,000 as the bottom out of the concurrent player, and that's where it'll land and kind of sit for a while, if they can't come out with any sort of PvP, we might genuinely be looking at like an 8,000-9,000 peak concurrent daily. Which is funny because you'll get PvP players who just bitch and moan, and they say over and over and over again that they're the majority inside of these games, but they're actually not. Like, PvE players are the majority, and you do have to cater to both audiences if you want to like have a healthy game with healthy PvP inside of it. Now I bet after the Water Wars update, when the PvE players realize that there's nothing substantial coming, it'll bottom out at like 9,000 for a year. And then it'll drop to Conan levels of like the 4,000 or whatever. Yeah, Jen brings up a good point. I'm wondering what RuneScape 3's player count is even at on a daily basis. I know they're logged on Steam, but who the fuck uses a Steam to play RuneScape? That's like the craziest shit I've ever heard in my life. Should almost be like blasphemy to use Steam to play RuneScape. It'll hit 4,000 to 5,000 after like a year after the first expansion. If they just cater to PvP, if they come out with some interesting PvE content, it will stick a solid 6,000 PvE players into playing the game consistently. But they're not creative enough, I'm telling you. I'm hoping that they balance out the PvP, because this could be a really solid PvP game to go get into some fun guild versus guild wars in. But currently, as it sits, there's no organization to the guild versus guild shit. There's no actual, like, this is a lot more fresh. We might have a bogey. We might have a bogey here. Everybody hold on to your butts. We're flying in hot. Actually, you know what? Let's get up. Let's get up in the air. We always got to check for the secondary defenders. If every time I go in there not checking for defenders, we get, oh, okay, here we go. Oh, there we are. There we are. Get out of render. Get out of render. Get out of render. Did he see me? That's the question. That looked like a 3-for right there, too. Here we go. Here we go. What's the biggest thing? What's the best thing to sell to make Solari? Depends on the week, honestly, Brian. If you're on, and it depends on the server. If you're on Harmony, sand trout leathers are always solid, but anything is solid. Depends on how much money you're trying to make. All right, let's see if we can hit the broadside of barn tonight. I should have checked to see if there was fucking defenders. No, I think he went back down. He must have gone back down. No way he ran. No way he ran. No way he ran. No way he ran. What are the odds? What are the odds? What are the frickin' odds, man? Do you think he saw me? Yeah, like, what's... I don't know, man. I don't know. We'll see. I'm here for the ride, to be honest. I think dude's got a solid foundation. I'm here for the ride. We'll see what they come out with next week's rotation, bro. Like, we need some solid gear to fight over next week. Man, you think he saw me? We were only there for like a second. He only had just a brief moment in time to catch a glimpse of us. But since he was flying up for the worm, maybe he was doing his check. That's irritating. Yeah, the event, and unfortunately the event runs for another 10 days. It's not ending. Booza! Full loot week was alright. It was alright. The bases were, you know, few and far between out here this week, to be honest. The people were also, you know, few and far between. The one resource gatherer that we managed to kill when we were out there PvPing was doing as you would assume out there naked while farming, you know what I'm saying? So, and then all of the labs content we got into was nice. We only had like one real solid session of PvP, if I'm being honest. But even in that solid session of PvP where we got into some good labs content, it was kind of like a weird spot where as soon as you cleared out the labs in a rotation, it was just a matter of oh, here we go. We might have a bogey. It turned into a certain point where it's like we were doing more PvE than we were doing PvP while we were out there looking for PvP. And the PvE content in this game sucks ass. So that's the literal last thing that you want to do when you're out there looking for some good PvP is to get down and... Thankfully, we had a decent amount of people, so even knocking out the PvE was decent, but then it's like, you know, you cleared all 3 labs and both of the spaceships, and you're just kind of like running around in rotation at that point looking for people. That's a good point, Mikey's. You do bring up a good point. We just caught him right at the end of his trip. Lucky bastard. We should have just flown in off the rip. I figured I'd try and shoot him on the ground to give me a little bit better of an opportunity to hit him because we are not the best aim with this thing here. If they wouldn't mind just standing still for one moment while we fire at them, that would be excellent. But they never do. Yeah, it kind of sucked, Fuza, because this week was literally a one-to-one copy of the Deep Desert from 2 weeks ago. And in my opinion, with the fact that they moved the Titanium and the Stravidium down to the A sector of the Deep Desert, there's even less of a reason for people to put a base out here in the Deep Desert, so you don't see bases out here even to begin with, which makes this whole G3 lab that you would hope that people are fighting for basically useless, in my opinion, though that is where we found most of our PvP when we were running around. Let us see. Let us do a quick little flyby from high is what I'm thinking here. You always got to check for the defenders. I swear every time I don't check for defenders, what happens? 6 of these sons of bitches pop out of the sky. And then they jump me. It's not very nice. Now, I didn't see any defenders. We do the old flipperoo. Dive-a-doo, as they say. We fly in. Aw, fucking damn it. You know, we're gonna take that dub. Excellent. Excellent. We have now claimed that ornithopter as our victory. That's what I'm saying, Fuza, and basically that was the general gist of what happened this week, paired with the fact that it was full loot, so it was definitely light on the people out here. No. We weren't fighting ghosts, Cozy. That guy, I don't know if you saw it. It happened quickly, so if you blinked, you missed it, Cozy, and you must have blinked, you know? So basically, we took that guy out. That is how the history books will dictate what happened there, okay? That guy succumbed to our ornithopter rocket. Yeah, Fuza, I'm hoping that next week's Deep Desert is actually something substantial, because if it genuinely, if it's like another repeat and they're kind of holding off on like making any new schematics come out until after the 10th of September, we're going to set up a mining base inside of Harmony. We're going to set up a mining base inside of Dew Gap, and I'm going to do some like TLC on the resources and shit. And those will be the live streams that we put on, because I don't even feel like going and fucking looking for PvP for some pincushion. And I definitely don't want to run the PvE out in the PvP zone of the Deep Desert, so... and on top of that, we'll be flipping the streams up, so it'll probably be like 4 Dune streams paired with 2 Path of Exile 2 streams is just the game that I've pulled off the top of my head. It could also be something along the lines of like instead of Path of Exile 2, Apex Legends is something I was thinking. The finals is something people were throwing around a little bit. Oh, here we go, here we go. We're pretty high now, so we should be able to see a bogey if there is one. Fuck it. I don't know if this is the one we saw earlier, is it? Let's just swoop. I don't think I swooped low enough yesterday, because we had... Damn it all. Oh man, Foos, I quit playing Marvel Rivals. Marvel Rivals is a game that I convinced myself has a cheater in every single match. That's another one that I've convinced has a cheater in every match, so I was like, nah, I'm out. I'm out. That's now 2 games that I've fully quit because I've convinced that there's a cheater in every match, and that's Warzone and then Marvel Rivals. Those are 2 games that I will not play anymore because I've just gotten into such a toxic mind state with them. I was putting a lot of time into Marvel Rivals, though. I really was. I was putting a lot of time. I had a good amount of fun with it. It's kind of like a die respawn shooter, though, where it did get somewhat redundant, though, but it was a bit more competitive and it was a bit more objective based, so that definitely filled the gap of the redundancy, which made me play the game for a lot longer than I was ever anticipating. No, I've never tried playing Ark. I mean, I've played Ark. I've played one of the Ark games, and I just never got into it. PKing's turned off inside of RuneScape 3, isn't it, Jen? Also, I suck at Evolution of Combat PvP. My brain does not... I always get shit on when I try to PvP with Evolution of Combat. The PvP I did when I was playing RuneScape, Jen, was on the Legacy-only worlds, which basically reverted the game back to a classic-esque combat system. And honestly, the same goes with my ability rotation. I was watching some RuneScape 3 creators video of like, oh, get back into RuneScape 3 type shit, because I was trying to see if there's any like information I need to know. It did not fill me with any information I needed to know. But what it did show me is that this guy has hotbars that are just absurd. And in my opinion, there's no fucking way you need that much shit on your hotbar, bro. I've always played RuneScape 3 with just the Revolution of Combat, I'm pretty sure is what it's called, where it just runs 1 through 9 when I click on somebody. So it's still point and click, essentially. Yeah, that's the thing though, Jen, and that'll all be on Evolution of Combat worlds, bro, and I can't keep up. I don't know the abilities enough. Now, that being said, that's always me inside of the main game getting dicked on by somebody else inside of the main game who's basically abusing very overpowered abilities. Very early on inside of RuneScape 3, you might be able to find some like a goofy ass combat. You might be able to find some goofy ass combat out there. Is there a really deep desert police department on that server? We've only heard myths and legends and rumors of the such. We need not talk about the deep desert police department because they, if they are on this server, are going to cause some enemies, Reese. And the way that every stream they keep getting brought up more and more, I'm thinking that is the case. I'm thinking that's the case. You know what we need? We need to make an alliance with the Deep Desert Police Department, and then the PvP section of our guild needs to be organized and relied on via the Deep Desert Police Department, because I do not enjoy organizing PvP. I'll go out and fight in PvP all day, but I do not like organizing it. Can't farm what without their permission, Reese, because there's nothing to farm in the deep desert anymore. Now, prior to moving the nodes down into the A section of the deep desert, and if we're talking about the Deep Desert Police Department that was on Dew Gap, yeah, those guys were absolutely ruthless. You couldn't farm, and they weren't even in it for your resources. The only farming that you could get done was drive-by farming in an assault or scout ornithopter. That's how I farmed, and I was always able to get away with it, but it was just some real drive-by shit. I never set up a base or nothing, bro, or like spent any ridiculous amount of time at one single island. Spice, okay, spice. That's about the only thing that people are farming out here. Well, I don't know where the fuck's the DDPD then, because where the fuck are they? Come on now. I've been looking for the DDPD. That's why they're only a myth. Hello there. Can we see a Dirty Mike and or an Arcadius? We'll know if we run into the DDPD, because there will be like one of them at first, and then there will be like 8 of them in about 30 seconds somehow. I don't know how they get there so fast. These guys, they've always got their boys just hanging out minutes away from them. It's actually wild. And also, you'll know it's the DDPD if you just get absolutely blitzed out of the sky. Those freaks spend a lot of time dogfighting, so if you think they're gonna miss their shots like I miss my shots, you got another thing coming. If they're in scout ornithopters and I'm in an assault ornithopter, though, they better break me down quick, bro, because I will escape. The assault is the far superior machine. Outside of us, was there any other massive PvP? I don't know how massive the PvP got this week, Fuza. I know that there was about one session of PvP that we got into with like 6 people, where when we ran around doing the 3 labs, we did run into groups that were PvPing. We did. At the very end, you know, we fought, and I don't know if it was us fighting the same group 3 different times or us fighting 3 different groups of varying sizes, but I would say we got into 3 solid fights, one at the PvP ship and I think 2 of them at labs, or vice versa. So basically what I'm saying is, even with that one time of us flying around, we ran into PvP. I don't want to say consistently, because we spent a lot of time. Oh man, dude, I don't know if I'm going to make it there before there. We might have to just sideswipe this thing. We spent a lot of time rolling around doing PvE while we were looking for PvP. But it wasn't like a ridiculous amount of time either. So I'd imagine that there was fights going on all week. And there's even been people in the Discord saying and posting pictures of the kills and the loot that they've been pulling all week. So I think, yeah, during the last stream, somebody brought up the time of night playing a part in exactly what we're running into out here. And I think that is an excellent point. And Eurism brings up a good point. You don't need to farm spice either, but people are farming spice and for residue, Eurism. Residue is actually worth farming. Funny, believe it or not. Funnily enough, residue is in fact worth farming. Well, oop. We got a bogey, we got a bogey. It's Tart. His name is Tart. It does look like rockets. It does indeed look like rockets. I'm trying to suss out the situation here. What's Tart got going on? Is that his base? What's his play? Here we go. Fuck! It's alright. Just recenter. What are these fucking missiles doing? This is why it's the far superior fighting machine. Look, there comes his boy. There comes his boy. What'd I tell ya? The far superior fighting machine. Because you can hightail it the hell out of there whenever you need to. Good luck catching me, sucker. You're gonna need to very blatantly speed hack in order to keep up with the Assault Ornithopter and boost, my friend. I tell you what. The tier 6 Scout Ornithopter with rocket climbs at like 100 kilometers per hour, and it glides at 145. So the fact that we haven't even gapped him at all right now is a bit suspicious. However, there he goes. It glides at 145, and the tier 6 Assault Ornithopter with rockets, as you can see, glides at 145 as well. However, we boost at 160. This means that we climb at 160. We climb at 160 kilometers per hour, whereas in the Scout Ornithopter climbs at like 90, maybe 100 kilometers per hour. It's a massive difference. I'm surprised we don't see more Assault Ornithopters with rockets. If I'm being real. And I think it's because they fucking aim funny. They aim funky, bro. They got that funky aim. However, inside of the patch that's coming out, they said something like they're going to make the Ornithopter's firing more accurate. Now, they were super vague on what they meant by that. But that could be some interesting information, because, you know, it's like you're kind of like at least facing the guy somewhat and firing at the guy, and your rockets are just not fucking going where you're thinking they're gonna go. Just we're miles off sometimes. Miles and miles and miles, as they say. You saw a video of the new firing of the rockets? Of the new accuracy? Is that what you're saying? Nice. That'll be interesting then. Because currently, as it stands, I don't know it. That might be a bit too much though, because it definitely feels like it definitely feels like being able to aim with an assault ornithopter is a solid skill gap inside of Dune Awakening. Christina, hello, hello. How are ya? It was a decent week. We had a couple of power outages and internet outages throughout the week, and we got into one solid session of PvP, basically. Unfortunately, we only got into one really solid session of PvP where we had like 6 of us out there, and we were wiping squads for like, I want to say, an hour and a half before we inevitably got wiped. Outside of that, we've been running that night session here. And just, yeah, you know, it's been a bit dry on the people. Kel and I got dicked on last night, or a couple nights ago, actually, while we were trying to camp those one guys at their base. We still don't know how that exactly unfolded. Did those guys call in their lackeys? Did we get stream sniped? We don't know, but Kel got away. I did not. Yeah, the outages kind of killed the momentum on a couple of the nights, Christina, but even then, realistically, we were only able to organize at one point in time during the live stream with a group of people. We only had like one solid PvP session, and it was decent. And honestly, I don't know what's been going on throughout the day. And like, I believe it was Reese bringing up earlier, we may have the Deep Desert Police Department out here now, which is very interesting. I feel like there's going to be some very interesting things developing here over the next few weeks. Give me a minute, though. Yeah, no, that's for sure, Christina. And it, like I said, even in the session that we got into, it wasn't like the PvP was few and far between, but it also wasn't constant. Like, there wasn't like a plentiful amount of people out here, which is kind of like Fuza's bringing up. There was definitely less. Now, it could definitely play into the timeline that we play, you know, the time frame that we play in these overnight sessions here. Definitely, I'm sure, plays into the amount of fights going on out here at any given time, because over on the Discord, I've got, I think it was Screamin' Wife posting pictures like crazy. I don't know where these guys are finding these fights where they're picking people off one by one, but I swear, every time I find people, 6 sons of bitches are there in the background, waiting. They're waiting to pounce. Like monsters. Doesn't tell me what server they're on. I don't know how much of the Deep Desert Police Department came over, and I think Sky was actually the leader of the Fermentally Unstable, so I'm not positive if... Here we go, here we go. Is this the same island we were just fighting on? Fuck! We fly, and then we fly. Don't overheat, but fly. There's this crony. 2? Might have been 2 of them extra that popped up. He had the height on us the whole fucking time. Adios, muchachos! You cannot keep up with gliding at 140 and having to climb. You just fucking can't, bro. What's the climb speed on a tier 6 with rockets? Because this motherfucker's going way faster than he should. We did actually catch a good gap on him, to be honest. That might be fair. That might be fair game. Especially considering he had the solid height advantage going into that fight. We'll give it to him on that. We'll give it to him on that. Definitely the climb speed, like the gap. I've never had somebody keep up so quick. That might be Deep Desert Police Department right there. Because I know one thing about those guys for certain is they spent a lot of time dogfighting each other. A lot of time dogfighting each other. I know every time I got into a dogfight with Arcadius, that son of a bitch. That son of a bitch, Arcadius. And you know, he'd probably be the first one to roll out. The far superior machine wins again. And by wins, I mean survives to fight another day. The one thing that makes us a sitting duck, and honestly, if you're fighting an assault ornithopter that keeps doing what I'm doing, little hit and runs and flying away, your best bet is to take out the boost. Your best bet is to take out the boost. I think right now where the damage gets sent to is almost completely frickin' random. I don't think... It's not where it hits all the time right now, because that's in the patch notes where they're going to make it actually register the damage where you're hitting the ornithopter. Right now it's a bit all over the place. Onward, as they say. Not onward that direction, though. Let's maybe onward onto another island. Those guys can have that island. For now. That wing is cooked. That wing's in trouble. I think it's on my right side, my right middle wing. Yep. All right, if we're gonna fight somebody, let's try and only expose the pretty side to them. The left side. That's the money shot right there. It'll be interesting, Reese, if the Assault Ornithopter's accuracy is even going to matter with the fact that they're making all of the missile launchers have a lock-on functionality, and they're now going all the way up to the Adept missile launcher. All the way down to Adept, I should say. What do you mean they all got a nerf? What all got a nerf? The rockets? So they all got nerfed and then buffed at the same time? Because arguably, having the lock-on, you can't keep the lock-on while reloading. Man, my lock-on hasn't been working for shit, I swear. Also, like, if it's on a vehicle, having to re-lock on is not the biggest of deals in the world. We're still, I bet, gonna run into a 6, or not 6, but probably a 4 Regis launcher setup. 4 Ancient Ways even. 1, 2, 3, 4 Ancient Ways, then a Regis sniper, and then a pick. And then a melee weapon. And basically what you'll do is you'll fire off all of the rocket launchers, and then you'll take advantage of the trooper ability, the reflexive reload, which reloads every time you throw a grenade. So you shoot 4 rocket launchers, you throw a grenade, and then you shoot 4 rocket launchers, and then I don't know if the grenade will be like up by then, but you could also take advantage of something like Battle Hardened, which might have the grenade up by then, or like the trooper armor possibly, which might give you the might give you even extra cooldown reduction. It'll be interesting. It will be interesting. We've got all the way up until the 10th of September until that update comes out. And I'll keep an eye on like how the public test server's going a bit to see what that's going to look like. But that's my prediction, is that it's going to very much so move into a rocket launcher meta. I wish they would take the functionality of the rocket launchers to lock onto people. If they made the rocket launchers only lock onto vehicles, that would make a big difference. I think people would still use them a lot, but I don't think that they would use them as much. Yeah, hopefully next week they come out with some good schematics for us to fight over. Like I said, it's going to be a farming week next week, mixed in with some Path of Exile 2 is my knee-jerk reaction, and then maybe even like some Apex Legends is kind of like a secondary offshoot. I've been itching to get into like some competitive shooter, but I haven't played Apex in a while, so every time I go back I'm rusty. Yeah, Reese, I don't feel like grinding that out. I don't know if you're on Harmony, but I do not feel like killing enough deserters to grind that out. Rift Run, is that a new game? I haven't heard of it. Oh, Rift Run is the server you're on? Gotcha. Gotcha. You got a dart for every man on your Landsrat as well then, Reese, huh? Interesting. Yeah, one thing I need to grind out for sure is Circuit Gauntlets. Need to get 8,000 more kills off of the scavengers, but that's easy. That's easy. We did like one 15-minute run and had 2,000 points. And I think I could have just kept looping that run. I think by the time I got to the end of it, the first ones had respawned. That's an easy grind. Next week, we've got bonus experience rolling into the game next week, so we're gonna get 50% boosted experience. So We're going to be grinding out some levels next week as well, for sure. Probably try and lock in and grind all the way out to level 200. That'd be the week to do it. That'd be the week to do it. I wonder if on the 50% bonus experience weeks, if it's also... Ooh, look at these. What is these? If it's also 50% bonus experience and quests. Man, Kel, Kel, you're absolutely right. You know, there's some side quests I could do as well, I'm pretty positive. And if you do get the 50% experience, Kel, you're dead ass you're gonna rocket up in levels. Yeah, I'm wondering if you get a decent amount of experience running the trade post quests. Because I haven't done any of the trade post quests. I hate questing, but at the boosted experience, we might do it. Same thing goes with leagues, Jen. I don't know if you're still here, but inside of leagues, some quests are worth knocking out just strictly for the boost in experience. I'm wondering how many RuneScape 3 players are taking that into account as well. That's the first forward operating base that I've seen all week. Aside from we've seen that one guy who was actually buggy mining on that. His buggy was out now actively too. Very strange. So to be fair, I guess we've seen a couple. Oh look, here's these guys' base where Kel and I got camped at. Well, where Kel and I got rolled up on. Very interesting. Give me a minute. What did I miss? What did I miss? Did we fly by anybody? Who'd we fly by? Ooh, very interesting. I keep forgetting about the big Spice Island. This definitely looks like it's getting picked at as well. I'm always worried about these bastards up top, bro, because if the DDPD is rolling around, I swear to God, they're always like 6 thick. Alright, well, I didn't see any immediate bogeys up top. You know another thing that kind of sucks about the oh, no, that's the broken one again. You know another thing that kind of sucks about the Ornithopter combat is the fact that, man, it does take a lot of shots to knock somebody out of the sky. Ornithopter versus Ornithopter. I don't think it should be faster, but you pair that with kind of like the weird accuracy problem on certain ships. It's just maybe a bit off. You're the first person I've heard say actually likes that sword skin perk. You're the first person I've heard that that's saying that they actually like that sword skin. Everybody else says it looks like a giant elongated chisel. I'm not a huge fan of cosmetics one way or another, you know? Do I find that using rockets in an assault is better than the scout? I don't know, man. Big, it seems like the assault ornithopter has a weird firing pattern. It just feels like it fires off these rockets in a weird way. Like, if we're nose leveled out here, level out, you damn ornithopter. You see how it is, like, literally firing from the sides of my rocket rather than from, like, my nose? That means it's not so much the nose of your ornithopter that makes a difference, but, like, the wings orientation on your ornithopter. So if I'm like, shifted like this... Yeah, you see, I don't know, it just fires weird. I was never really good at the scout ornithopter. And rockets, I never was. But this feels worse. No, we've nearly been knocked out of the sky several times in a 1v1 versus a scout. I feel like that big, so inside of the big patch notes that they have coming up on the 10th, one of them says that they're increasing the accuracy of ornithopters, and I'm like wondering if it has to do with... Because, like, what the fuck is that? What the fuck even is that? It's going in like a swirl. What even is that, bro? Why does it swirl 3 times before it's actually on point? It's not proper, big, so I feel like it's less of an assault ornithopter problem because the assault ornithopter is bad, and more of a game problem because of how it's actually handling the firing of the rockets paired with the movement and the location of the rockets. Does that make sense? Oh yeah, and you put in a ticket for a carrier crawler that you never had, and you lost it to the border bug, and now you have a carrier and a crawler? Yeah, I've heard they're doing that like crazy. Good luck with that, Cal. Good luck with that. I mean, I guess if you lose it to the worm, it's like a no-loss situation, huh? Yes, that would be... So what do you mean they go forward only now, though? So they don't go where I aim? So if I'm up like this, it's just going to go straight in the air rather than where I'm aiming? Because I don't think that's a good solution. Like, there's too much fucking shift. There's too much shift. And if they're going to do that, they've got to give some sort of crosshair to indicate where your shit's aiming. Because if I'm up like this, but my crosshair is down like this, And then it's like, at what point do I level out enough? Oh, and now I fired straight, and I don't know, man. Maybe that'll work, but it won't. It'll be a shift. That'll be a heavy shift. But if they could get it to stop curving and just go right to where I'm aiming, that would be great. At least stop the spiraling. I don't mind the little bit of curve it gives them, like if I'm firing down. I don't mind that it gives them a little bit of curve, but like, I don't know. It's weird. D7 Lab sucks. What do you get out of it? I don't think you even... What do you even get out of that, driver? Oh yeah, bike booster, nice. Huge, big upgrades coming in. Hopefully next week they pull their shit together. And actually give us some decent schematics to fight over. We'll be peeling back off into the tier 6 next week, so it'll probably be a heavy Regis Disruptor meta coming back out into the game. What sector am I in, bro? 1. Okay, that makes sense. I'm about to bird smack into the wall here. It wouldn't be the first time, and it sure as hell wouldn't be the last. Except for they might be fixing the way that looks, so it might actually be soon to the last. Is that a purple field I see over here? It might be. The new bike's supposed to be better than the bike, but slower, but has less attraction to... That's just a sand field. Less attraction to the worm. I have no idea. Is it inside of the public test realm? They said that it was going to have no competitive advantages, and I would argue that a ground vehicle that does nothing, even if it's faster or slower or whatever compared to the sand bike, still offers no competitive advantages because you don't drive the sand bike anymore. As soon as you get a buggy or an ornithopter, you never pick up a sand bike again. unless you're Biker Mike here on the Harmony server, who for some reason rolls around on his sand bike. One day, 6 hours, and 31 minutes remaining of this deep desert. I see. So it does actually perform differently than the bike, but it kind of evens itself out. A little give here, a little take there. Still a lame-ass addition to the game that nobody cares about. What interests me big is that big, chunky patch notes that they're going to be dropping on the 10th. The fact that they're still trying to work out balance and whatnot in the game in such a big way gives me hope. Noble, hello, hello, hello. What the hell is that? What in the hell even is that? What kind of buggy base monstrosity is this? Are we on... Oh, shit. Oh, shit. Shit, oh, shit. Shit, oh. That's unfucking nat. Oh, he's gliding. He's gliding and boosting. I'm like, okay, you guys, he's climbing at an unrealistic speed. It's not just me, bro. That's yet another person climbing at... That was super unreal. But if you're gliding and climbing... Yeah, that makes sense. Okay. Yeah, homeboy's climbing at 200 kilometers per hour. Yeah. That makes sense. What the fuck is this? This doesn't make any sense. We are on H3. Yeah, so we are on the 3 sector. This is the thing. This is, in fact, the thing. Oh! Not today! Oh. Well, why'd you fire a rocket at me? I didn't get aggressive until you fired a rocket off at me. You see? You see now? See now? There was no rockets fired until you fired a rocket. Who are you? DDPD? Identify yourself immediately. I'm gonna need your name and badge number. Alright, now we fly. If they're doing 1v1s, we'll leave them alone. Now we make our escape. Also, how did he survive like 5 fucking rockets? Huh? Somebody want to explain to me how that guy survived 5 of my assault ornithopter rockets? Pating, 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 pating. Bullshit. Bullshit. 2? No, we hit more than 2. It was more than 2, Noble. There was more than 2 hit markers. There was at least 3, upwards of 5. Upwards of 5 hit markers. And you know how many scout rockets that I survive when I'm on the ground? I survive 0. I survive 0. It basically kills me in 1 is what it feels like. Oh, I think they called in their lackeys. Did you guys see that? He was rendered on the screen for about half a second. Now it makes you wonder who exactly we ran into back there. You know what's funny is he popped on the mic and my first reaction was, oh, I gotta get out of here. Because I'm thinking, here comes the ancient way, but since we're on full loot, basically nobody's running out here with an ancient way. So while I was like slowly trying to work my way possibly out of that Hold on. Let's make some enemies today. Oh shit. Stop moving! Yeah, buddy. We got a little dialed in now, don't we? Yep, now we swing low. We swing low, sweet chariot, as they say. Man, that fucking carrier, bro. An empty carrier gaps, dude. This would gap a scout so hard. Oh, here we go. He called in his boys. Get his ass, or it's DDPD coming in. Nope. Excuse you. Can't you see I'm doing something? You're a horrible streamer, bro. That's what you sound like right now. You realize that? That means he's been watching. I think we have a fan, fellas. I think we have a fan. Big. I forget who came in with that that key piece of advice for us, but yes, swapping it over to the boom booms on the clicks, absolute game changer. You ride your sand bike because it's fun drifting with it, mouse. Mouse. That's another thing, actually, that the little new vehicle that they're coming out with will bring to the game is some player-created, like, race tracks, I'd imagine. Jack! I figured that was you guys, because that was where the previous base was located. As soon as you guys hit the voice chat, I panicked, and I was going to leave the situation, and then you fired a rocket at me, and I thought to myself, oh yeah, I've got rockets on my assault ornithopter. Let me just throw a couple down. Because as soon as I heard voice chats, my first reaction was, oh, here comes the ancient ways, so I was getting ready to bail. Well, that wing is in desperate need of getting replaced. I think we go run a loop of the labs. I think we go smash down a loop of the labs, and then we perhaps, depending on how many enemies we take down in the labs, these things have been pretty heavily camped because a lot of people are trying to get that dart for every man. But we might also try and swing and do a loop of the caves as well. Though, man, there's literally only like 10 enemies throughout the 5 caves that are down on the southern section of this. It's a slow grind, and those are being camped as well. And honestly, I'm not that sold on a dart for every man currently as it sits. Real question is, what was a carrier doing over on F3? What the hell was a carrier doing on F3? And it's actually incredible the changes that they made to the carrier with the boost at the glide and the fact that it can just drop its load now. I don't know if it matters much on this server. I don't know how thumper happy the Deep Desert Police Department has gotten yet, but the fact that you can dump your load and then actually catch a gap, it almost seems like a carrier ornithopter would be able to gap a scout ornithopter in certain circumstances. Or at least make it a little bit harder for the scout ornithopters to be right up on its ass the whole time that they're fighting it, you know what I mean? Was it an ancient way? Because it didn't lock on, Jack. If it was an ancient way, I would not have turned and fired at you guys. I would have left. The only reason I turned and fired is because it did not lock on and just fired straight. Fucking did not realize you guys were sitting there with an ancient way. And good. It's good to see that the Deep Desert Police Department has, in fact, made a return. Very interesting. I wonder who's running things over there at the DDPD. It'll be interesting to see who exactly made their way over from the Dugap server. Dirty Mike and the boys may, in fact, make their return. Damn it. Excellent point driver makes there. Excellent point. Actually makes me wonder if anybody's made any in-air ornithopter racetracks where it's less of like a race and more of like a can you glide through the hoops, and whoever hits the least hoops or has the smoothest glide through the hoops, you know, where you glide in and you're like shwoo 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 and you go through hoops and shit. I don't know. It makes me wonder. It brings me back to my Once Human days where I made this whole big-ass base in Once Human where it was essentially a bike parkour. I've got a video out on the channel going over this bike parkour base. And man, it was so much fun running this bike parkour and then just having that base plopped down out in the public sector where if anybody rolls by on their bike, you're like, oh, am I going to do that? Am I gonna do the thing? Jen, what do you mean new event coming? The new Ornithopter Fly Track event? I think if they did it, Jen, it would just be cheesy. You know? Just cheesy. And would they be able to implement it properly? No. Here we go. Let us knock down these labs, which are probably camped out, so realistically, this is probably going to be an in-and-out type situation here. Quick in, quick out. My God, thank you. I think that, oh, we have actual firing going on down here. I was getting ready to say, I think it's only been one singular time throughout the week that I've come down and there's actually been multiple waves of enemies down here. That's how camped it's been. Everybody looking to get their hands on that dart for every man. I'm wondering what the price is in the market, actually. We might swing by and do a market check as well. See what's going on over there. The dupers were going hard on something the other day. Like, crazy hard. Don't worry, I got this. Oh, you fucker. Yes! Haha! Snaked that kill from you like light. Oh, he stole that one from me, you cheeky bastard. Here we go, 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 here we go. Light him up. Now, correct me if I'm wrong. That SMG that he's shooting at this guy only does damage to that thing.
Get the fuck away from my door, you
Oh, he crying, bro. He crying. He cry. Oh, he crying. Oh, he's sad, bro. Easy. Easy take. Here we go, here we go, here we go. Now I think I'm gonna stay on your door.
Eyes on target.
You fucker. Yeah, you snaked that shit. That was good timing. That was good timing on the melee one, you bastard. That second stab grab. Gotta give it to him. Slice him down. Oh, oh. That's called having lightning levels of speed. Now then. When we walked in here, it made a different noise when it summoned them in, so I thought we were on the last wave. That fucker with the timing on the melee guy. The fuck is my guy doing? Wasn't even targeting the right thing. Yeah! Like lightning. Uh-oh. 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 Can this deflect fire? No, I don't think it was deflecting fire. What is going on with my targeting, bro? Heal. That's the second time my old man is just staring off into space, no longer targeting anything at all. Hey, got it again. We got it again. That's called having a lightning-like reflexes. He may look like an old man. He's surprisingly nimble. It's bugged, it's bugged, it's bugged. We're all trapped here forever. It's actually bugged. Oh, here we go, here we go, here we go. Never mind, we're good, we're live. Hey, 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 hey. Come over here, come over here. Shh, shh, shh. Just you and me over here. I don't want anybody stealing you from me. You're mine. You're my kill. Yes, now we go and take their kills. We whiffed the shot, we whiffed the shot. We whiffed the shot, we whiffed the shot. I missed the stab, I missed the stab. Alright. Everything fell apart. Waddle over this way. Ooh, that was actually dirty, bro. It was his kill and we stole it full out. Ooh, I'm sorry, man. I'm sorry. Maybe we should have left that one for him. Access granted. Here we go. This is what I thought was happening. Grab him down, grab him down. Watch out, watch out, watch out. You tried to take it, but you were way too slow. Get wrecked, bro. Easy. Can we please? Can we? Why did it break? It used to be so perfect. It was my like one respite of hope in this game, and it's just been absolutely taken away from me. Access granted. Why would she say it like that? Why would they change it? Why would she say it like that? That is not how you say access granted, and that is not how you hand somebody a cup of tea. All right? I want my tea to be posh. I want my access to be granted. Haha, tricked you. Wrong way. Never follow the old man Jenkins. He never knows which way to go. I'm not even positive that this is the right direction. Oh God, we're all locked in here. Oh God, we're locked in here forever. Don't worry, they don't call me the doorman for no reason. I've got this. I've got this, friend. They call me the doorman. Dear God. Oh no, I thought we got trapped. Pinky's out all proper like. That's what I'm saying. Please. Please fix my beautiful voice acted, access granted voice line that used to be working so perfectly and now for some reason sounds like that. Also, I've still got this deflection on my skill tree and I don't know why. We were testing it out before we ended the last live stream. How far are we from the goal? Oh, we're not doing this, Landsrad. Hell no. 6,000 away from the goal there. Yeah, no. Yeah, no. No, yeah, no. We're not... Nope, not happening. Dart for every man is not that high on my to-get list. However, I do like to grab the plastanium, the spiced plastanium when we can. So we'll go ahead and roll down. We'll do this. Then I'm going to bounce out. We're going to check the auction house, see what's going on over there. We might actually roll and do and finish this off tonight as well. I need to get these circuit gauntlets. That's like a guaranteed need to get. How far are we from goal? Is it the 40% buff? I don't know what percentage buff we're at. Does it tell you? It is buffed. I know that for certain. I know that for certain. But 40% brings that up like what? 7, 8 points per kill. So we're getting what? 30 per kill instead of 23? With how many other people are doing this, like you heard how pissed off that one guy got when he lost his kill. He got mad because there's so many people out here doing this shit. You can't rely on. You can't. It's a fucking time sink grinding this out. It really is like a massive time sink grinding this thing out. It's ridiculous. Even with something as simple as like kill scavengers. Getting that all the way up to 10,500. It took me like 15 minutes, I want to say, to get the 2,200 doing one lap. So, you know, whatever that maths out to, we'll have to do like 5 laps in order to get 10,500. It's well over an hour, which again is just like a time sink. They've got them everywhere. Dear God, we're heading directly into the storm. That's what I'm saying, cowboy. Hours and hours and hours. And last night I popped on for a little bit and I did a lap. That's why I know there's only like, out of the 5 caves that are over here, there's only like 8 deserters that spawn in them, and those are camped as well. So you're not guaranteed to find the deserters. Yeah, it's a grind, man. It's a bit rough. The same thing goes with the Atreides and the Harkonnen troops each week when those have a good schematic tied behind them. It's such an annoying grind. It would be less annoying if there was more enemies out here. Now, when it comes to the deserters, the whole reason that we're even at 4,000, we're not at 4,000 because I've done so many trips on these two. We're at 4,000 from like the PvP session that we got into, where we spent, I want to say, like 60% of the time doing PvE. And then when Kel and I were out there, the same thing kind of happened. We were looking out there, looking for some PvP, and we ran into PvE. So that's how we've managed to get up to even 4,000. Excuse me, excuse me, excuse me. Thank you. Kindly, sir. This is what I was expecting the last dungeon to be in. Was a run in, run out. This has already been cleared, as you can see. What comes from the buggy parts this week, cowboy? I forget. Buggy was one that I was thinking about doing as well. The power harness. Ah, yes. That is a good one, and buggy is fairly simple. Yeah, 4 of them is not anywhere nearly as much as 25 bikes, which I'm not doing. I've decided I'm not doing the bikes. Nice. Let's fly. Let's go ahead and see what's going on with the market over here. See what the happenings are happening over in Arcane. What do you guys think the chances are that next week we end up getting a repeat a repeat Deep Desert, and that they're holding off on putting out any of the new Deep Deserts until past September 10th? What day is September 10th, speaking of which? September 10th is in the middle of the week. I mean, so you would assume that they're going to come out with some new Deep Deserts before then. You can't guess that they're going to do 2 repeat Deep Deserts in a row leading into the update, right? No way. Next week has to be something special, bro. Yeah, because the update's midweek, dude. It's a midweek update. God, you would think that they would time that out to actually land during the reset. If Executor's next week, that'd be big. It would still be a repeat, technically, but it wouldn't be a repeat for us. It wouldn't be a repeat for us, and it wouldn't be something... It's something that hasn't repeated for a long time. That was only out, like, week 2 or something like that. Week 1, week 2. It's definitely been a good chunk of time. Man, I flew past this arrow the other day. It makes you wonder. I'm not convinced. It's probably some PvP area. Guys just waiting for you to dive down, take you out. Do you remember what weapons were out when the Executor was out, Kel? Because there's another thing as well, is like a dart for every man. I don't know if that comes from only explicitly Landsrad rewards or if that possibly rolls on the weekly loot table. But that might have been something that was out when the Executor set was out, because it's not a new weapon on the server. They're here. You know what sucks is I need to do some TLC in the Haga Basin, but I don't want to go to the Haga Basin because of this stupid event that's going on. Ooh, the Shell Burster, huh? That's the one that ignites you, is it not? That's the one that sets you on fire? I see. Yeah, they are awfully forgettable, aren't they, Kel? Couldn't agree more. Yeah, that fire shotgun when it was on Dugap was a pain in the ass to deal with. The fermentally unstable guild would get you stun locked with that. Absolutely brutal. Bro, I hate the world map, dude. I actually hate the world map, man. The time sinks are everywhere, bro. 60 seconds sat waiting there on the world map for my thing to travel from point A to point B. I know that they want to fill it out with more things to do, similar to like they kind of do in the storyline with those 2 things that pop up. It's just not good gameplay. It's not good design choice, I don't think. It should get scrapped entirely. There's loading screen from one to the other. It's not like you avoid loading screens anyways, because here we are stuck on a loading screen, so it's like time sync on top of time sync. This is what killed me in the first time we did all of the class quests on the live stream. That's why it took 8 hours. Granted, if you do all of the quests inside of the Haga Basin and then you decided to come out to Arkeen and Harko Village to turn in those quests and kind of run it in that loop, you can cut that time in half, but that's not the point. Fucking 60% of the 8 hours being spent on the loading screen in the world maps is ridiculous. Ma'am, I'm gonna need you to put some frickin' pants on, okay? Ridiculous. Oh my goodness gracious, they're everywhere. They're everywhere. My god, why are there so many ancient ways on the market? What the fuck? As low as 20 mil? Why are there so many on the market? I'm gonna buy one for 20 mil. Shit. Shit! Hallex picks for 20 mil also? Shut up. No, those go down. Those go down. bro. I don't know who's trying to sell the static needle for 83 million, but that's the biggest ripoff that I think I've ever seen. Even on a hyperinflated server, that's a ripoff. Man, why is the Way of the Mirror selling for this much, you guys? I've got a Way of the Mirror, and I'm convinced that this rivals a Dart for Every Man. I'm convinced of it. I'm not positive of it because the game gives you piss poor feedback into what actual like damage that you're doing, you know what I mean? But why is that, Noble? Why is that? What I miss? These prices, yeah. Yeah, the hyperinflation is real. Sand trout leathers are still a pretty hot commodity. What else was I here for? Just really to check the market. Damn, nobody has the MK6 steady boost for sale, huh? Damn, bro. I think that's the hot commodity in my opinion right there. That's the one that you want to be holding on to.
Welcome. Would you like to deposit or withdraw
Some of them
Solaris?
definitely are, Cowboy. So I'll show you the ones that are real world trading. It's blatantly obvious which ones are the real world traders. Here, I'll show you. It's not the schematics. The schematics sell for that price, but it happens in components. It's really, really... Right, one plastanium ingot for sale for 60 million. You think that's legit, Cowboy? I bet that sells. I bet that sells. I bet you fucking anything that sells. That's a real world trade offer right there. There's actually none of them in the components, which is surprising because you'll usually find them in the components as well. You'll usually find them in the component. Mouse Corpse for 1 million. Actually, that people might actually pay that for the Mouse Corpse, to be honest. Somebody might realistically pay that for that dumbass achievement. But you bring up a good point. Like Fade's Drinker. Is this the tier 6? That is the tier 6. I mean, honestly, these all probably sell to legitimate people. Stuff like a 60 million for a plastanium ingot. That's a real world trade right there. I don't know how often they sell, Noble. That's the problem. Oh my god. Dear God. What's happening? There's no way they're duping Melange right now, you guys. If that many of them were duping Melange, I've got to go take a look at the market again. Because if that many of them were duping Melange, Melange would be so much lower than 3,000. Like, I've never seen that many duping. And I've seen Melange way lower than that. And only the residue's only gone to 10,000. What are they duping? Are they duping sand? Sand. There's not enough full stacks of 2,500 for sale for me to think that it's sand. It can be like only one of a couple of things. These dropping all the way down to 49,000 a piece. This might actually be what they're duping. No, because there's also, again, just not that many in offer right now. Saber, yeah, well, unfortunately, it kind of comes with the territory on playing on a most populated NA server. You've got just fucking crazy amounts of this duplication. You've got an inordinate amount of cheaters compared to other servers, and then you've got, again, a lot of real-world traders compared to other servers as well. I'm trying to figure out what these guys are even duping, to be honest, because there's only a few things that it could be. The main thing would be spice. Which kind of, I'm like, now I'm wondering, it's like, have they figured out a way to dupe schematics? It doesn't look like it. You would think that there'd be a lot more Regis disruptor pistols slapped up, unless it's, I mean, these ancient ways are kind of going up like crazy, aren't they? Where the fuck is the ancient way even coming from? Actually, you know what? People are probably panic dumping because of the update that's coming. I don't know, man. It's hard to predict what these people are doing. Are they duping Solari again? Are they just like flat out duping Solari now? Because we'll never see that. That'll just affect the economy and it'll become even more hyperinflated. Yeah, a lot of people are sitting in that same spot, Saber. They really are. Even us here on this server, we're kind of sitting in that same spot. We still have a lot of active players on the guild, don't get me wrong. Like, I want to say like 95% of the guild gets on every single day, which is crazy. But, we're kind of sitting in the same spot here specifically. Like, next week, if there's not a really solid set for us to push for and fight for, we're going to be splitting the live streams between Dune Awakening and Path of Exile 2. Like, that's just what we're going to be doing. We'll be splitting them between the two. And it's because we're kind of in that stasis zone. And even the DLC's not really bringing content with it, Saber, which is unfortunate. I'm hopeful because of the patch notes that's coming with it. The patch notes have a lot of changes and quality of life fixes and updates and balance changes that are coming inside of the patch notes that I'm really excited for. The content that's planned to be coming with it, I don't think is going to be very substantial. We shall see. I'm wondering if anybody, I know a couple people in the chat earlier were talking about how they've seen some clips from the public test realm. I'm wondering if anybody's seen these no-fly zones, which are presumably set to be coming into the game. My God, the lag, dude. It's so fucking brutal. We've got a lot of TLC that we need to do here in the Haga Basin as well. So that's why I'm saying it'll probably be like a 4 streams of Dune Awakening and then 2 just kind of bouncing out and doing some Path of Exile or Apex Legends just to shake things up a little bit. Because there's a lot still that we gotta do some shit here in the Haga Basin as well. So we can definitely fill the gap time-wise waiting for the damn DLC, whatever you want to call it. Hey, we appreciate you, Saber. We definitely appreciate you. Whether you're here for the drops or you're just going to stick around 6 to 1, half a dozen to another, we appreciate you and hope you're doing well. Noble, you were going to start selling mice, I'm telling you. I don't know how fast they sell, but it's just, they always sell for a solid price. Is it like RNG dependent whether or not you get the mice corpse from the body or what? Because you would think that... Yeah, I'm sure this is just excellent for the server. Let's do a lap down here. Get some scavenger kills. We need the circuit gauntlets more than anything out of the Landsrad. You get it every time, but they only appear in the... Well, now, would you look at that? The floating base on no hill. Wow, I'm kind of scared to go even anywhere near this area right now. Lest it all render in and leave me absolutely freaking helpless. But this is not a view that you see every day. And maybe you do see it every day, and I just don't come over here every day. Excuse me, sir. Do you know your base is floating in the air right now, okay? I don't see any wings, so I don't know how you're achieving such feats. But you are in the air. Let's get the hell out of here. Yeah, I've heard a lot of people having their ornithopters and stuff like that clip inside of things. That's why I am not flying anywhere near that. We're gonna say it's the update, the event that broke that. GG's Funcom, good job. Excellent job, excellent update, excellent event going on right now. So glad that the event's happening all the way until the 10th, you know? So glad, so happy. Yeah, it's annoying, especially to me, because it's like a lot of unforced errors, in my opinion. They don't need to have rockets firing out of cliffs. They don't need to have rockets in these turrets firing off these rockets 24/7. And I'm sure that's definitely causing a lot of the server problems. Beeve coming in, dropping that follow over on Twitch. Welcome, welcome. A lot of these things that are inside of this event don't need to be inside of this event. And I'm sure only like make the server problems worse. And the servers, it's not like the servers were running perfect before they added all of this stuff. The servers were struggling because of all these decaying bases to begin with. So now let's slap 50 turrets onto the map. Does that seem like just crazy? Just crazy decision making. And it's not even 50 turrets on the map. It's 12 turrets and then 50 different areas that these rockets are firing from. They're literally firing from the side of a mountain. These rockets are firing from the cliffs. It's crazy. Well, 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 look who decided to join the party. It's the rest of the land. I'm glad you decided to render in. Thank you. How do I get the Ancient Way? How is it dropped? Noble, the Ancient Way only comes from the Landsrad weapons vendor. So you either have to buy it on the auction house or your faction has to win the weapons Landsrad vendor. Bases decay takes way too long, Cozy. I couldn't agree more. The server cannot handle all of these bases just decaying. I get that they want to be somewhat and give people like some time, you know, before they lose all of their shit, but there needs to be some flags in the game that are better at determining when a base is abandoned. There's a difference between somebody who accidentally had a base power down for a day or two and somebody who's abandoned their base for a week. A week of an unpowered down base, it should just either A, be deleted from the game to spare the server some lag, or B, be opened up to the public to become raidable. But the second that it becomes raidable, I think that once the sub-fief gets destroyed, there should be like 24 hours before it gets deleted. Because realistically, the whole point of raiding these things would be to delete the foundations so the base falls and the server doesn't lag anymore. However, when the Haga Basin base raiding was active... Excuse me, ma'am. When the Haga Basin base raiding was active, nobody was deleting the bases that they were raiding, so it didn't solve the lag problem. Well, I mean, not everybody was deleting the bases that they were raiding, so there was still a massive lag problem. Yeah, that's why I said not everybody, Naz, because there was a good chunk of people who were. There was a good chunk of people who were. But not everybody was like they should have been, like, you know what I mean? Because if every base that got raided, the servers would have had some frickin' room to breathe. Some people would just reclaim and then let those portions end up decaying, yeah. Yeah, they need some sort of flagging system in the game. The simplest solution is to put PvP and PvE on separate servers. Henry, I don't know what I don't even know what that came from. A PvP and PvE that's not gonna make it. What problem are you trying to solve there, Henry? Are you trying to solve the lag problem with the bases? Because that's what I was actively talking about. If you're trying to solve, like, the player population problem or the whole headbutting problem between PvP and PvE players, I think that that's a whole nother thing entirely, and you're kind of screwed there. I think that you're just kind of screwed there. Separating the servers isn't going to make a difference, because separating the servers, you would still have the PvE players get to the PvE endgame and realize that the PvE endgame sucks, and then leave the game. And then you would have the PvP players get to the PvP endgame and then realize that, I mean, those servers might actually stick around for a while, but I think eventually they would realize the same thing, is that the PvP is just not quite incentivized properly, and they would end up leaving as well. But to me, just splitting the servers has always been just like the easy way out, which I don't think is the smart way out. I think the best way out would be for them to incentivize the PvE players to fight back. But even then, I've said it before and I'll say it again, there's like 85% of PvE players will never ever step foot in PvP, no matter what you do. But the PvP players who convince themselves that they're the majority player base inside of these games are delirious. And we even see this with a lot. What's funny is the game that they typically like to use as an example of PvP players being the majority, because my argument is PvP players aren't the majority in any game, and the games that they like to use to argue that fact are games like Rust and games like Tarkov. But I think they're heavily discounting how big the roleplay PvE community is inside of Rust, and they're definitely discounting how big the PvE community is inside of Tarkov. Because I'm pretty positive Nikita and like Tarkov or some shit said that it was some crazy percentage of the player base was left playing PvE at specific portions of the wipe. I think he said like 80% of the player base at a specific... It like starts... When the wipe starts off, it's mainly PvP, but the further that the wipe progresses, the more and more players are just transitioning to just playing PvE Tarkov.
Eyes on hostiles. Help!
Meaning that at specific points in the Tarkov wipe, 80%, I think he said, of the players were logging in and playing PvE. Like, those numbers are substantial. And that's why I'm saying, like, PvE players will always be the majority player base, so you definitely need to cater to them. And 85% of them will never, ever step their foot into PvP. But 100% of them won't step into PvP if you don't incentivize the PvE player to fight back. How long on the PvP chest respawn? I think it's like an hour and a half. It's like, yeah, it's like 60 minutes to an hour and a half or something on a random number, isn't it? Maybe 45 minutes to an hour and a half. It's something crazy like that. On September 10th, they're going to introduce the duraluminum one. What I missed? You hate the shooting rockets, to be honest. You can't wait for the event to end. Noble. You're responding to Noble. Oh, right. Noble, with the ancient ways, even the duraluminum tier rocket will lock on September 10th. That's an excellent point. Excellent point that you bring up there. I think Noble, that depends on what... I think that depends on what sort of PvP encounters you're getting into. I think that on a server like Harmony, you're not spread from the action for long enough to make that a viable weapon. Yeah, the triple shot, like Nas is saying, is what you want for PvP. Now, you could maybe make the argument, like, on a different server, and if you're in the back fighting, that the Dune Watcher might actually be the way to go. What was this guy doing, bro? He was just, like, crouched over there. What the hell is this guy doing? He's just crouched over looking at this thing. You deleted a base next to yours and it got filled in with an actual player. Huge. That's what I'm saying. And it's not even long-term AFK players. It's literally players who have quit the game. A long-term AFK player is going to set their base's power up for 20 days and come back and power their base up. Somebody who's abandoned the game literally doesn't give a shit what happens to anything that's inside of their base. They're fully not expecting to come back to anything inside of their base. If their base goes powered down for more than a week, I'm convinced that they're fully not expecting anything to be there. They've fully abandoned the game. And I'm talking powered down for a week, because Ross brings this up all the time. It is not that hard to manage your power. If you're going to go on vacation, if you're going to be long gone for an extended period of time, it is not that hard to make sure that your base is sufficiently powered for days and days and days upon end. So the fact that bases are going powered down for even 3 days, in my opinion, means that it's an abandoned base. How can you get the triple shot? It just that's a weapon that shows up inside of the deep desert on the loot pool. So you're gonna have to pick one up at the market, or wait for it to roll on the deep desert. There is a tier 5 version of the triple shot. There is a tier 5 version. Tier 5 comes out of the crashed ship in the bottom left of Sheol. That's what I was thinking in my head too, Nas, is I thought the tier 5 version came from somewhere out here in the Haga Basin, whereas in typically the tier 5 schematics come out of the A sector. That one's here, yeah. Yes. Pretty sure there should be more AI here, so I'm assuming somebody else is also running these. It is the same exact gun that does a little bit less damage, yes. How would I rate the tier 5 in PvP? Bad. The weapons actually also kind of bad. You know what I mean? You know what I mean? Like, just compared to the tier 6, you're at a pretty heavy disadvantage. Yeah, these have definitely been hit.
Identify yourself. I see someone.
Eyes on hostile.
Compared to tier 6, especially in the armor category. Less so in the weapons, but even in the weapons. The reason that in the armor category it makes such a big difference, tier 5 and tier 6, is because there's multiple pieces of armor, so it's like a compounding effect. 100%. I mean, like, you could definitely make use of it. For example, Trent or his wife, one of the two, when we were doing our PvP session, that's the weapon that they were using. And they were slapping with it. I'm pretty sure it was just a tier 5 and they were slapping with it. Even the tier 6 isn't that great at bringing down shields, is it, Naz? Naz? Where you at, driver? I don't know if I have a Tarl. Oh, yeah, you know what? Do I have... I have a Tarl cutter ray inside of the bank, bro. I'd have to go all the way back to the bank. Are you on Al Mutt? I knew when I picked Al Mutt, I was like, this Siege sounds familiar. Yeah, that's what I figured. Who is this? Oh, they're on this siege. Hello there! Yeah, that's what mainly people use the triple shot for. It's definitely either A, the weapon that you're using to try and poison people with. Excuse me, sir. It's the weapon that you're using to poison people with, or it's the weapon that you're using to finish them off when they're downed. Or both. Uh-oh, I'm out of stamina. Hang on a second. Let me breathe for a second, lady, okay? Hey, I need to breathe. Thank you. You're done. Okay, hold on. I'm out of breath. I don't need breath for you fools. Boom, boom. Al Mutt trying to do the mass correct. Yeah, that's a good spot. So I've got an improvised cut array on me, if you want it. If you need an improvised cut array, I could roll back to Arkeen, and I'm almost positive I've got a Tarl cut array sitting schematic inside of the bank. Pretty positive I've got one inside of the bank. But yeah, we're still in our tier 5 setup that we were out in PvP with. Yeah, just let me run these three heavy located things, and I'll roll back and go grab one. It's no big deal. No big deal. Do you have the tools necessary in order to craft it? I don't know what level survival fabricator you need to craft the tarl. Got him. Man, I thought there was more. Oh, I was gonna say, I thought there was more in here. There we go. This is what we're looking for. You do have what you need to craft it? Alright, yeah. Cool. Let me clear these two areas and I'll roll to Arakeen and back. No big deal. I don't remember, is it? Or is it this one? It's just this one right here, isn't it? Yeah, I haven't hit this one yet. Yes, sir. This is where you get a lot of points. Shield on. I'm surprised you run into shield. I don't remember running into shielded enemies this early in the game. Like, have these guys always been shielded? Fuck crashed ship. The Taro cut array, they moved that out of the crashed ship. Yeah, they moved that out. The Taro cut array now comes out of the, Taro cut array now comes only exclusively out of the... Trying to think. Out of the A section of the deep desert, I'm pretty sure. Oh, so they didn't... I see. So they didn't change it to dropping in the deep desert. They changed it... I see, I see. Fucking out of stamina again. Like, is it just me, or has stamina been draining faster? It might be the gear that I'm in. We are in pretty heavy gear, so our dash cost is pretty high. That's probably it, actually. I thought they moved the Taro cut array. Oh, right, because it was coming out of the Masquerade area. Right. It was coming out of the Masquerade area, not Sheol. It was always meant to be coming out of Sheol. Right. I had that backwards. Nah, fuck it, bro. I'll just go grab one. Well, that would explain that. If you can't pull out your ornithopter, it might already be out. Anytime, Noble, anytime. I go out there because I hear a slam. I get sent on a mission to fetch the kid water. The kid and wife some water. Classic. What was the slam, you might wonder? It was just the door shutting. Just somebody shutting the door. For some reason, it like reverberates in this room when people shuts doors in this house. It's crazy. Sounds like something fell off of the ceiling. Fell through the ceiling. Yeah, Kel, I remember that. You're absolutely correct. I thought for some reason that they moved it out to the Deep Desert A section. Because in my mind, it always was coming from Sheol. I didn't realize until very late in the game that it was dropping early out of the Tier 4 area. What's the Deep Desert base look like? Number of wind traps, refineries, etc.? Excellent question. Very excellent question. This week, we're running
Welcome.
2 large
like to
ore
deposit or
refineries and 2...
Welcome. Would you like to... How much Thalaris?
Listen, you son of a bitch, you know damn well that's not what I wanted.
Welcome. Would you like...
This week we've got 2 of the large ores and then 2 of the medium chemicals. We don't refine spice on this server because melange is free. When it comes to power, I think I only had to set up like 10 of the directional wind traps because we've got like, I want to say 10 of the body stills and like 5 or 6 of the... I'll swing by the Deep Desert base here in a minute to double check all of this. But I've got 2 of the spice gens running at the same time. So I've also got 2 spice generators running paired with, I think, like 10 directional wind generators. And basically we have guild access to one of the large ore refineries and one of the medium chemical refineries. And then I've got one set up elsewhere so I can harvest the ores that I mine up and not have to worry about it. Not have to worry about interfering with whoever's mining in the guild and doing whatever over there. Most of the power that we end up needing to use comes from the death stills, which we could get away with not using, but I don't want to set up that many of the wind traps every single week, bro, and then filling them up, and then it's just, I don't know, you bring some bodies out, you knock down some bodies. If you keep that rotationally going, it's pretty decent. We also were not able to set up the deep desert base that I was planning on setting up. So hold on. I was unable to actually set up the base that we are gonna be like working on week by week by week by week. Yeah, I see it, I see it, I see it. Watch out for that thing. My God, watch out for that thing. It's hard to tell if it's like hasn't fallen out of the air yet or if it's just waiting to fall out of the air. You know, it makes you wonder. Can you even loot it, and what would happen to it if you did? Okay, fuck. We've got to find out. Driver, I'm not sure where you're at or where your base is at. Let me know when you hit that loot up. Even if you get one, I've got another taro array. I've got another taro cut array for you here. I'm gonna try and fly up to this thing. If I don't land on this thing, I might need you to carry me up to it. Oh shit. Are we gonna make it? It's gonna be close. I don't think we're gonna make it. Oh dear God. Oh dear God. Alright. Alright. Phew. Sheesh. We're fine. Here's what we're gonna do. We're just... Why would it make that noise? Okay. We made it on top. Now comes the tricky part, as they say. Oh, hey. Yeah, you want to come? Let's cut this thing open and see if we can get the worm to try and pop out on this. So, driver, if you and your boy want to come out here, maybe I could jump up on top of your ornithopter and cut it that way. You can build bases on top of those? What happens if we break it? Does the worms come and try and eat it? Mithril, do you know? You looted that with your buddy and you stood on top of his ornithopter. What happened after that, Urism? It's not even letting me fucking scan it. Okay, I wasn't expecting that to work, but it somehow worked. Oh my God, it worked on that edge too. Okay, so AI spawns when you loot these things as well. Do you think AI will spawn? I didn't see any AI spawn. If they did, they're on the ground, presumably. Oh, dear God. Okay, well, it's been fully looted. The base just stays in the air. Oh, man. Man, that's not fun. Does the ship just stay in the air, or is it... Whoa! What was that bounce? Oh, did you guys see that? Do these always do that? Whoa! Whoa now! Oh, here we go, here we go. Wormy wants it. Wormy's thinking about it. Driver, is this you over there, or is this you right here, driver? I don't know which one you are. You finally found somebody with half a brain, Jen. I'm assuming somebody getting more on your level of League's thinking rather than... rather than being caught up with the archaeology stuff. There you are, my friend. Let me know if you guys need anything else. Definitely just holler if you need anything else. Because we may just, in fact, have it sitting somewhere waiting to be used by somebody, you know? I wish the worm would go and then do, like, a big, massive air jump to knock that thing down. That would be the day. But I think it's just gonna sit there. Yeah, Kel hates those ships. I'll have to pull up the clip so we can watch the clip later, but Kel's got a personal vendetta against all of those ships. Oh, damn. Damn, watch where you're flying nowadays out in the Haga Basin. I tell you what, it's a dangerous, dangerous place to be. That's actually wild, Mithril, and that's actually crazy, man. I'm wondering if it'll stay like that forever, or if eventually the game will just dump the entire base. Where do you hand the comb stuff in? It's inside of any of the trading posts. It's going to be the guy with the big white hologram shooting out of it. But yeah, those ships floating in the air, yet another sign of just how improperly managed this event was, and also how unquality assured it was. Zero testing went into it, and I think zero thought went into it as well, with the amount of annoyance that comes from these damn things. Like, these rockets are annoying. The extra lag generated is annoying. Very, very little thought actually went into knocking this down, unfortunately. What are you gonna do? That's crazy, Eurism. That's what I'm saying, though. I wonder if the game will just leave that there forever, or if eventually the game's gonna be like, wait a minute. Bro, we just landed this right on top of an AI. We just got killed. Hell yeah. Easy as that. Easy as that. We got a big week coming up next week with the way this Landsrad shook out here. We're going to be looking at 50% boosted experience. I'm surprised Harkonnen didn't fight for this one a little bit harder, considering a lot of the fresh guilds that have re-rolled on Harmony have rolled into Harkonnen. So I'd imagine that a lot of them are, you know, trying to get their levels up, etc., etc. But we're in fact going to be able to partake in the 50% boosted experience, so I fully expect to be getting up to level 200 next week, even if we end up not having very much to fight for in terms of schematics, and we end up running like split stream. Like even then, we should easily get up to level 200, which is going to be some healthy grinds.
Reveal yourself.
Who's there? Who's that?
Got him. Beautiful.
They're here. I need backup. Interloper.
Oh, hey, whoa. Man, I'm so glad they fixed the melee bug with the stagger on parry. That was ridiculous. A ridiculous week that we had to go through over here on Dune. So frustrating.
Someone's here. Target found.
Oh, come on. Oh, no vehicle to restore. That checks out. How do I have so much money? We are on a massively inflated server. Oh, we got another AI landing. Squished him down. We're on a massively inflated server. So, basically, if you remember, I think it was last week or 2 weeks ago when the Hallex pick dropped in the deep desert and was in the safe zone of the deep desert. I'm not positive if he took advantage of such things. But 2 weeks ago, the Hallex pick, which is a tier 6 best-in-slot rapier, was located inside of the safe zone of the deep desert. We caught wind of this early, and we sold the first Hallex pick schematic that we got for 45 million Solari. Just to give you a bit of context as to how hyperinflated this server is. We sold one Hallex pick for 45 million Solari. Then, we sold 3 Hallex picks for 18 million Solari apiece. After which, they dropped so low that they weren't worth selling anymore. Honestly, Jen, it's just a good step in the right direction, but that's all it is a step. They need to take some pretty massive leaps forward in the right direction. I'm hopeful, I am really hopeful that this is a good sign for the future and that they're going to continue to pull that together. Yeah, Wraith is right. The Harmony server's economy is an absolute joke. It's a complete and total shit show right now, especially because Melange is worthless. Melange, which is meant to be the like most valuable endgame resource that you're trying to fight over and grind for, is duped to absolute hell and back on this server. So you can sell a Halix pick for 40 million Solari, and then you can buy Spice Melange for 1,500 apiece. I've got more Melange than I could ever possibly use. I meant to actually trade off the Melange in my inventory to Driver. I forgot to give him the Melange. Honestly, Jen, you're dead on, I think. That's what I've said. With this first DLC will be a good indicator as to exactly what we can expect to see in the future of Dune Awakening. Now, content-wise, this first DLC is lacking, man. Content-wise, this first DLC is lacking. Patch and balance-wise, it has me on the higher hopes end of things. Hey, not a problem, Driver. Like I said, if there's anything you need, holler at me. Oh, that one got it right.
Welcome to Desert Botanical Testing Station number 2. I am the station supervisor, Dr. Ronald Green.
6,200 progress. Very nice. Couple more siege swaps here, and we'll be, I think, fully completed with this task, which was the most important one. Now, the buggy, turning in buggies is also one that I needed to do, but I'll knock that out off stream. We might knock the rest of this out off stream as well, though. I'm not positive what else we would go get into. We really don't have the people on right now to go push towards PvP. So we might do some farming. We might do some whatever. Maybe we try and figure out a strategy as to how we can complete killing off enough deserters in a decent amount of time. Perhaps. Jay Wolf, hello, hello. How has your road trip been, my friend? It's good to see you. I hope that you're doing swell. I was watching some of last year's Dead Man Mode tournament. Ooh, I'm getting excited, Jen. You might jump in. Oh, right. Jen, you said you found somebody with half a brain, and you never expounded on what you meant by that. I need to know. Finally, somebody getting on your level of thinking when it comes to how non-important or how not super essential archaeology is. Hey, very nice, J-Wolf. Very nice. Deserters inside of the rift, maybe. Box, I really wish that was the case. Unfortunately, this Landsrad requires you to kill deserters in the deep desert. And the only reason that we've gotten up to 4,000 is because of the stints of PvP that we did, where like 60% of the time we were doing PvE while we were waiting for and looking for PvP. Which is a bit of a weird scenario there, though. Give me a minute. I'm gonna go throw some French fries in the oven. Oh man, if we'd have been so lucky to get a dart for every man if it was deserters coming and kills from the deserters inside of the Haga Basin. It would have been so easy to get that done that we might not have even had to do it there, because there would have been so many flooding the market. Even in a hyperinflated market, if we found one for 30 million, that's an easy buy. I'm like not super convinced on the dart for every man. Honestly, I like the Way of the Mirror better. It seems like the Way of the Mirror has less bloom than the SMG, so you don't necessarily have to land an attractor shot on them. But I just haven't had enough testing with either. Rolling into next week, since it's not going to be full loot, we can start to put together our tier 6 set again and kind of go back to theory crafting with that. And like Kel was saying, we might actually get Executioner again, which would be solid. Be a solid swap. That's a solid set to fight for. Too easy. Too easy. Hey, 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 get out of here, get out of here! Get out of here, get out of here! Can't you see I'm working here? Okay, we got the most of them from here. Where do you think he's going next? He's going that way? Alright. Fair enough. We'll knock out this one right quick, and then we'll go do that lab. This should be quick and dirty to find out. Alright, he already knocked these ones. Alright, let's go hit the lab. We're in a bit of the cheeky race now, aren't we? What kind of mobs are we killing? Steve! We're killing these low-tier mobs because in the land's rad... Give me a second, let me land. Bit more of a race than I was anticipating. We've actually got somebody else siege swapping on our siege. Dirty bastards. Out of the land's rad this week, we can land the circuit gauntlets for killing scavengers. So we're literally killing the Southern Haga Basin AI right now. Question is this where that guy came from? We'll find out once we get a little bit deeper. He could have potentially already killed all of the AI inside of the lab. It's possible. Anyone know where the deserters are in the Haga? You need some for the Landsrat as well? Excellent point. The deserters that are in the Haga Basin are located in the Rift. Now, when it comes to the Landsrat tasks, with the deserters specifically, some of the tasks require you to kill deserters inside of the deep desert specifically. Sorry, I've got something in my throat. So if it's requiring you to kill deserters in the deep desert specifically, you're going to have to look for the deserters which are only past the shield wall. So you'll want to go to the deep desert labs, any of the caves in the deep desert. You can stay in the PvE zone, but it has to be past the shield wall. So, well, that's the thing here. If we take a look at this card right here, this doesn't specifically say deep desert anymore. But before this tile was completed, it did say kill deserters in the deep desert. But now that the tile is completed, it doesn't even say that anymore. Which is kind of why I brought it up. So the tile might be completed on your Landsrat and not technically telling you that it's specified deep desert. If it is specified deep desert and it's a solid it's a solid schematic that you're fighting for, like on this server, for example, we're fighting for the Dart for Every Man schematic coming out of the Kill Deserters Landsrat, which is in the deep desert deserters. And basically what that has done is made it to where the deep desert deserters have been camped all week long by like several people each time inside of those labs. But if the tile's not completed and it doesn't specify deep desert, then the deserters in the Rift should work just fine.
Welcome to Desert Botanical.
If you start killing the deserters in the Rift and it's not giving you Landsrat progress, I think you'll have your answer. I think then you'll know. I didn't check to see how many points we were at, but we probably realistically have like 2 more sieges that we have to swap to, and we should be just about done here killing these scavengers. Circuit gauntlets were one of like my main concern this week. Circuit gauntlets and then the power harness. Thankfully, the power harness is only going to require us to turn in like 4 buggies, which isn't terrible. We may have to do some grinding for like the mats to make those buggies, but it won't be terrible. Kafosh. The Kafosh siege. Kafosh. Here we go. Let's take a look real quick. 6,976 to be exact. Bro, it doesn't count for Landsrad progress when I squish these guys. I should maybe stop squishing them.
They're here.
Enemy sighted.
Empty.
Nice try, fellas. I thought that was somebody's base. I thought somebody based up there. That was weird.
There's someone here. They're coming.
Bro, where am I at, dude? I'm not even in the right spot. Like, nowhere near the right spot. Oh, fuck. Big fat server lag. We got disconnected, but we got reconnected just as quickly as we went down, so hey. Can't really complain, can ya? Halfway to level 177.
Someone's here. Reveal yourself. Let's go.
Who's there? Huh? Someone's here. I need some backup.
Oh, got him in the back on that one. Where the hell are you at? There you are. There you are. Come on now. Get in the... Oh, disconnect again. We're back. Henry! Henry, I'm missing context again. Did I reply to you, Henry? I thought I asked you for, like, context. Oh, yeah, you know what? Balancing the PvE, VP, you were saying. Okay, never mind. Never mind. I'm caught up to where we're at in the conversation. You lost me there for a second, but I'm caught up.
Got them. I need reinforcements.
Yeah, 85% of PvE players, I would argue, will never, ever, ever join a PvP fight. And that's just how it is. So you're not wrong. Splitting the servers would stop the PvE players from complaining about the PvP players. It wouldn't fix, like, the fundamental problems with the game when it comes to the lack of any sort of creativity with the PvE. So the PvE players would still run into the portion of the game where they're like, okay, what am I even doing? Why are we even doing any of this? Because none of the end game PvP is actually rewarding or creative or any of that.
Target found.
And splitting the servers wouldn't solve that fundamental problem. It is like an easy way out, though, and Funcom loves to take the easy way out. They're easy way out developers, so I wouldn't be surprised if eventually they end up doing something like that. I don't know. It'd be hard to split the server PvEV. It would be hard to split the servers with already, like, servers running. They'd have to have server transfers active for that to work out. Because nobody's going to re-roll. Okay, I wasn't expecting the Dispenser Blast to kill him. Nobody's going to re-roll just explicitly to play on a PvE-only server, I don't think. Especially because PvE players value their progress so much that they're not willing to go into PvP. I would argue that they're also not willing to just flat-out re-roll.
I see someone.
What is that noise? That is a noise that I've never heard before in my life. How much experience are we getting per kill? Because I thought we would be leveling up a little bit faster. Granted, we've gotten to the point in leveling where it is now a slog in between levels. Frickin' drags on and on and on and on and on.
Welcome to Desert Botanical Testing Station number 2.
That's why next week coming in with the 50% experience is nice. Oh, bro, did this place already get cleared? Dude, somebody cleared this place. Disgusting. Absolutely disgusting. You and a couple of your guildies had this very discussion about servers? Honestly, I think that they're going to come out with server transfers. I don't even think server transfers are on the table for these guys, man. Like, think about it. If they allowed people to transfer servers, what would be the first thing that would happen? All of these servers that are dying off, it would just exacerbate that problem, and they would die off like 4 times faster. Like, if they implemented server transfers, all of the servers that are dying off would just die off faster. So that's why we re-rolled on Harmony as early as we did, because I convinced myself there's just no way they're coming out with character transfers anytime soon. Now, granted, they did this whole, like, free trial thing, and I think when they, in the free trial, they are, like, testing the waters with, they're testing the waters with this, this whole possibility of allowing for server transfers. So that might actually come into the game, but I think they're going to do mergers first. There's the problem, Steve. And the same problem falls into place with how would you merge the servers. You couldn't merge Haga basins because bases would overlap each other. So realistically, what you would have to do is you would have to wipe Haga basins, somehow saving the player's progress on their sub-fief, which they proved that they can do with the D6 debacle. So they saved the player's progress on the sub-fief and they put all of those items into a claim rewards tab. Something like that, though, would literally have to be quality tested more than anything's ever been quality tested in this game. And I just don't see that happening. Because it's just going to fall apart with problems. That's what they're going to end up doing, Kel, because I told you guys these are easy out developers. They take the easiest way out. They're just going to end up merging the deep deserts, which I think somewhat solves the problem, but also doesn't really solve the problem. If they merge deep deserts, though, technically, people from the Siege Leg 1 could move their items over into the Siege Leg 3 if they merged 3 servers together. Like, once the servers are merged, people could technically go through the process of moving their bases. Give the players an ability just to pack a base and then plant it down on your new server. Something like that would have to happen. They did show that they have the technology to take a screenshot of a player's progress inside of a base via the sub-fief with the whole Deep Desert debacle, because they handed out refunds for players on the Deep Desert debacle because they took a snapshot of the player's base and then basically gave them back whatever was there. So they've already shown that they can do that. And then they could just put all of those items into this whole claim rewards tab right here. That, like, adds a whole slew of issues to the game, though, because you can't... If you claim all rewards, you're basically fucked, because there's no way you're going to have a base down or enough storage in the base. And plus, these are more items than what happened in the D6 debacle. So could they even pull that off? I don't know. Because there were certain guilds who just got, like, a max amount... There were certain guilds who, instead of getting refunded an accurate amount of items, they just got refunded, like, a maximum amount of items. You can't add more sieges to a dead server. Nobody would join the sieges. I don't know what you're saying there, Mick. If the server is dead, nobody's going to join the server. That's the problem. Merging the server technically does add more sieges to the server, but those are from already up and running and established sieges. Man, are these bullets not getting to him? So these do have an effective range, and they don't do damage past X amount of meters. 71 meters. I should be doing damage. Is it because the bullets are splitting? Interesting. Interesting information there. Oh, add in more sieges to... Okay, I get what you're saying. So people can re-roll? That still doesn't solve the problem. People don't want to re-roll. People don't want to lose their progress. They want to move their progress to a populated server. I don't think anybody technically lost anything, Kel. Some guilds just got back an amount... Some guilds got back an amount of resources that was not equal to what they had in their base. And not in the bad way, as in the sense they got more resources than what their base had. So I'm not positive how much information Funcom can actually track to get properly moved over, is what I'm saying, with the whole D6 debacle and how they handled that. They obviously have the technology, just how functioning it is another question entirely. Oh, what are we talking about, Laura? That's a good question. So if they added sieges and then they allowed players to transfer and it like moved the base to that siege mic, we'd still run into the problem where if person A transferred out of Dewgap into Harmony on the leg server at my base location, and then person B transferred from server B leg siege into whatever siege that I transferred into Harmony, our bases would now be overlapping. I still don't think that would solve the problem. I think what they need to do is just dial in their snapshot technology to give people all of the items that are in their base when they transfer. But I feel like going down that route is going to lead them to exactly the problems that Funcom had when they allowed server transfers for Conan Exiles. Because apparently they fucked server transfers up for Conan Exiles super bad. Oh yeah, Laura, we're kind of talking about how the dead servers and how they're dying off quickly and what Funcom could possibly do to fix that. Man, I can't believe we ran into another siege that had somebody hitting this up. It's crazy. Everybody last minute grinding. Can't you guys do your grinding in the middle of the week like a normal person? You're right, Mick. More sieges would 100% be required. But that's if they allow server transfers, which I'm convinced they're not going to allow server transfers. They're not going to allow server transfers anytime soon. They're going to merge servers into one singular deep desert. That's what they'll do. Juxt, hello, my friend. Hi, how are you? Good to see you. Hope you're doing well. Maybe they'll add something like Eternal Land in Once Human, let you pack your character. That would actually be one way to have server transfers function. It's Cowboy, but I'm not convinced. They're just going to combine the dead servers. And the way they're going to combine them is just by combining the sieges. Let me go check the French fries before we burn them. Not quite, but close. Probably the most dangerous place for them to be. On the brink of being done, yet also on the brink of being burnt. We'll see if we can time it out perfectly. We'll see if we can time it out just so perfectly. Lands Rad this week is looking like it's going to be pushed into 50% experience. Very nice. Going to be a good, healthy, grinding week over here. Hopefully we've got some schematics to fight for. Otherwise, that's all we're going to be doing is grinding. Sadly, you ended up joining to a private EU server because your guild lost everything due to an exploit and the entire guild stopped playing. Damn, that absolutely sucks, Laura. That absolutely sucks. I'm assuming you guys fell victim to the Haga Basin raids that were happening, which is brutal. I know, driver. I know if you're on the second guild, you guys are in a bit of a stuck between a rock and a hard place. Ooh, Juxt. That's like a hard choice to make, though. 25% production cost is big, but there does come a point in time where it's like the weapons rights are bigger, more important. I guess it just kind of depends on who's doing what, where at, you know what I mean? Like, if we were on week 2 of establishing ourselves on this Harmony server, then I would have been like, we need weapons over 25% all day. It's not for the Hallex picks, it's more so for the ancient ways. That'd be my guess, is it's more for the ancient ways. Nobody should need a Hallex pick anymore. Oh, and you bring up a really good point, Juxt. Actually, you bring up an excellent point. What's the difference damage-wise between the Regis missile launcher and the Ancient Way? Now I'm wondering if there's like a massive gap in damage, then it still kind of makes sense to push for the Ancient Way, to be honest. You bring up a good point, Kel. I honestly don't know what other weapons are inside of the weapons Landsrat aside from the Ancient Way. It's the Ancient Way, the Ambition Shotgun, and something else. Damn, Jux was expecting a big crafting week. He was expecting a giant, huge crafting week, as they would say. Just to get chokeholded at the last minute. Let me grab them fries.
Sector weather alert. A large sandstorm is approaching. Sector weather alert. A large sandstorm is approaching.
Who the hell called in the sandstorm?
On infiltration instead of invasion. On subversion instead of election.
Beyond Help coming in, dropping that sub on YouTube. Hello, hello. Hi, how are you? Welcome. You know, with the YouTube subs on the live streams, I never know if they're actually here, if they're subbing from another video, but you know what? Either way, you've been recognized, my friend. We hope you're doing well. Welcome. Steve, I don't think it does. You got a different shotgun than before. See, I haven't checked the Landsrat weapon vendor every time it comes out. I thought it was a set rotation. I thought it was a set drop of Ambition, Ancient Way, and something else, man. I don't remember what else comes with it. Something else. Running on fumes. That's a problem. I think the next siege that we go to is going to have to be our home siege.
I see someone. I need help.
Easy.
I see someone. Huh? Who's that? That's my reinforcement. Engaging enemy.
It's not that big deal, Laura. Honestly, I think the leg will be the last siege that we have to hit up. Sitting at 9,000 here, we should be able to knock out 2,500 on that last siege. Perhaps. The Dune Watcher comes out of that as well. Interesting. See, that's what's super interesting in my opinion, is that the Dune Watcher comes out of the Weapons Landsrad, but you can also get the Dune Watcher from the Deep Desert. Like, it's in the rotation this week even. But we've yet to see Ancient Way in the rotation, and I don't even think I've seen the Ambition Shotgun out in the Deep Desert rotation. If the pattern holds, next week should be Executioner. That's what everybody's thinking, Grey Wolf, which would actually be massive. That's what I thought too, Spirit. I thought it was from a very specific selection of weapons rather than like a rotating. Executioner would be actually massive to fight over. That would be nice. I think even then, we would still end up setting up a base on Harmony where we can do some buggy mining in the A section as well, just so we can start kind of like padding out our resources on Dew Gap. I think I said Harmony, I meant Dew Gap. We need to start padding. I need to start padding out my resources on Dew Gap as well. Oh, fuck. So it'll kind of be like a two for next week. Now, if we end up getting schematics that are brand new to the game, that might change things up. We might ignore Dew Gap at that point in time. Fuck me. No, it doesn't, Steve. No, Landsrad's been, the weapons vendor's been the same every single week. Every single week that I've gotten the weapons vendor, it's been exactly the weapons that Spirit said. Some of the smaller weapons inside of it might rotate, but I think even those have been exactly the same. AO3, hello, hello, how are you? I hope you're doing well, my friend. I think that Google's just mistaken. I've never seen it rotate. That actually, Steve, you bring up a good point. So it might be a situation where we're both correct, and the loot pool for the weapons vendor is meant to be something that's rotating, say, between two different loot pools. They just don't have the second one up and running yet, weapons-wise or drops-wise. But if that's a good point. Like, it very well could be like someday, once they have the Ancient Way 2.0 loot pool set up. I've never seen them swap. I've always seen the Ancient Way, the Ambition Shotgun, and the Dune Watcher are the three that I pay attention to. The knife and the whatever are not the drops you want to be looking for. Two loot pools in 2029, yeah. That'll be their 4th DLC. Steve, have we even found out for sure if the buggy with rockets can fire the rockets while being carried by the carrier? They don't, Steve. That's why I don't think it's ever been tested. You're super vulnerable inside of the buggy rocket pod is the problem. And that's what I've always said, Steve, is it's way too close to the carrier for it to fire, but I've seen some people fly with it dropped down a ways. Now this has just gotten out of hand, man. We went from having these sietches all to ourselves to now I can't find a single siege that's not got somebody also running this thing.
Weapon empty.
Let's just catch a couple kills here, and then we'll roll out to the lab. When this deep desert was in rotation 2 weeks ago, you had a rocket holding down F3. Every time I've heard of somebody trying to hold down an island with a buggy rocket, they are complaining about how they can get basically one-tapped out of the rocket pod. Hey, Steve made it all the way to G3 with some sand bikes. Very nice. That is quite the chunky drive.
Welcome to Desert Botanical Testing Station number 2.
Carver, hello, hello. I think we're gonna have to siege swap one more time since we had that competition over here. Unfortunately. Oh, man. Yep, we're gonna have to do one more siege. If the server shot back, it wouldn't have worked, Kelly. I guarantee it wouldn't have worked. Granted, they would have had to shot back and hit you, but, I mean, typically, you're just like a standing target. A sitting duck, as they say. The deserters in the Haga do say Landsrad progress, but the contribution is not going up. You should check and see if there's another tile that's asking you to kill deserters. Because like I said, there's two different tiles that can spawn. It could be deserters in the deep desert or deserters anywhere. It might even be a Haga Basin specific. I'm not positive.
Welcome to Desert Botanical Testing
Yeah, it
Station
sucks,
number
man.
2.
The whole... It sucks. Realistically, it sucks so bad. Same with... I literally cannot stand the Atreides and Harkonnen troops. It's so ridiculous, man. You should be protected inside of the buggy the same way you are inside of the Ornithopter, Kel. There should be some form of protection there. It shouldn't be a one-tap. Because, yeah, if you're in the buggy rocket pod and a scout Ornithopter shoots a rocket at you, you're going to get blown up because you can't even have your shields on. But even if you could have your shields on, you're going to get taken out pretty quickly. Everybody ignore what you just saw. That was some 10 out of 10 flying, if I've ever seen it. Steve, what I was saying is there might be another tile entirely in your Landsrad that also is asking you to kill deserters. And that's why it's saying you're getting progress, but you're technically not. Yeah, that's not going to help the grind at all, though, Spirit. That's not going to help the grind at all. And what sucks about Atreides and Harkonnen, especially on a server like Dugap that's just overly populated, or Harmony that's just overly populated, these things get farmed out by so many people all of the time. You're constantly competing with other people for it. Gotcha. It's weird that it's saying it's giving you Landsrad progress, but it's not. I don't know what that worm's problem is. He needs to settle down, though. Take a deep breath and relax. Hey! 2 hours ago, Beeve came in and dropped the follow. Lucky follower number 400. Pretty sure we shouted out Beeve when he came in and dropped the follow, but I did not realize he was lucky number 400. The man, the myth, the legend, Beeve. My God, can you believe that this is actually taken down again? Yet again. I'm not even gonna look. I'm not even gonna look to see if the other ones spawned, because I gotta go way deep into that lab to see whether or not it's actually spawned in. Nope, we'll just siege swap again. We'll run it back. Wolf, hello, hello. Hi, how are you? Hope you're doing well, my friend. Yeah, Kel, everybody be last minute putting the work in just like me, unfortunately. Apparently there's 7 to 10. Oh, shit. Apparently there's 7 to 10 other people all flying around doing the same thing right now. Thanks for pointing out the obvious, Mick. We can always count on you for that, can't we? Can't I just complain one time, Mick? Huh? Can't we just complain for the sake of complaining? Don't you just have a little bit of fun sometimes complaining? Yes. The high pop definitely plays into the competition when it comes to fighting for the PvE. That doesn't make fighting for the Arrakeen or the Harko soldiers any better, bro. There just needs to be more spawns of them. I think what makes that so difficult as well is the areas out here that you can siege swap on them don't exist, or like are farmed out way heavier, easier to farm out in mass. So you're basically stuck left grinding in the deep desert, and so it's like running those rotations just gets so old.
Okay, yeah, you bet.
What the hell is going on here? We've got some early game players over on the Harmony server.
Yeah, sounds good. Who dis?
Our cover's been blown! Our cover's been blown! The cover's blown! They know we were there. I was gonna try and listen in on their conversation, but I think my ornithopter's noise gave us away. Well, 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 well. I don't know what one guy was doing spawned here with none's other guys here. But we've run into another server that's taken
A
out.
large sandstorm is approaching.
Was that shields on?
Cryptic coming in, dropping that follow over on Twitch. Oh, welcome, my friend. Welcome.
On intimidation.
Are we gonna make it there before the storm? I think we are. Plenty of time. Has that noise played every single time we've entered this thing in only the last lab? I just now realized that that noise was playing. I don't understand. That's the second time we've heard it, but before that, I swear I've never heard that noise before.
Welcome to Desert Botanical Testing Station number 2.
Who's next? Who's next? Oh, he ducked just at the perfect time. I don't know if you guys saw that, but he picked something up off the ground and it saved his life. Come here, you. Yeah. Got him. For some reason that packet loss thing keeps happening on this siege. Happening more often than on the others anyways. You're going to continue the masquerade in the morning. Hey, very nice. Is that a part of the Landsrad this week, driver? Or are you just doing that for the sand trout leathers? Both. What comes from the masquerade this week? Bruh, Deliver Solari is another... Okay, get fucked then. We have no idea which way this Landsrad's gonna roll. This Landsrad could go anywhere. Bro, I thought they got rid of the Solari. Somebody's got like 20,000 points that they can swing any fucking way they want. It's crazy. 12,000 at least. Oh, the Hallex pick. I see, I see. Honestly, driver, you'll probably make enough money selling the sand trout leathers to buy like 10 Alex picks. Not that you should, because you'll get one from the Landsrad, but... that there be one of the cheaper weapons on this server. Very nice, Yurizm. What's coming out of the Landsrad for the agave seeds? The guy was saying they're gonna go melee. Who? Who's the guy? Oh. Yeah, that's what he said last week. That's what he said last week, all up until minutes before he put his votes in.
Identify yourself.
You just reminded me, actually, Yurizm, that there's a couple of swatches that we're meant to be grinding out. I don't remember what they are. Whack you and something else. Oh, my days, we're so damn close. We are so close to being done with this thing, I can taste it. I wouldn't be surprised this week if it does end up swinging melee, though. Just to be a troll.
Reveal yourself.
One more, perhaps. Who's gonna be the lucky last one?
Someone's here. Eyes on hostile.
That's it. We're done. I don't need to kill any more of you guys. I'm leaving. We are leaving. We didn't even level up one single... what? Not one singular time. Jeez. The kill orders are the worst, driver. They really are. Kel is gonna get himself all 500 of the points that he deserves coming out of that. Very nice. We spent like 0 time in Odham, so this isn't actually boring to farm. You never kill the Masquerette, but the electric worm area is easy stop for your body farm. I don't mind. Oh god, big lag. Hello. Oh, there we are. I don't mind the masquerade either, actually, to be honest. Man, why did I even swap Sietch's back to leg? I don't think there's anything left for me to do inside of the Haga Basin, so let's roll back out. Let's go back out and do a lap here. Yeah, also gives you that nice experience boost, driver. A bit of an experience farm, if you will, that you're not really paying too much attention to, in the sense of, like, you're not killing those things explicitly looking for experience, so you're not tracking it constantly. So it feels like it comes a little bit easier. It's like you're actively working on another task. It's just that's also getting you some combat experience. Very nice. We're okay. Damn! Chunky amount of plastanium going up there. Let me go fill those bodies if I can. I had a feeling we were out. I'll have to bring some back here eventually. What was I doing? I know we're gonna go run a loop, but I was doing something else. That's explicitly why I stopped at this base. I can't, for the life of me, think of it. Oh, right. What I'm doing in real life. Bear with me a second. Oh, man. I tell you what. Jed, hello. Whoa. Jed, good to see you. I hope you're doing well. They should make an event that coincides with the Landsrad, which is a big area that spawns with the AI that we need to kill, and make that area also PvP. They need to come up with some sort of scheduled PvP content. Jed, I couldn't agree more. If that was running on like some sort of scheduled ticker and gave some sort of like real rewards with it, that would be solid. I think if they reworked the control point system to make that similar to like Throne and Liberty, where it happens every 4 hours, it's in a random spot, say, to kind of make it fit the Dune area. Guilds don't gain access to the information about where it's going to spawn until 15 minutes before it does. Then they roll in, bada boom, bada bing. And instead of controlling the point for 10 points per minute, if a faction manages to actually win out that King of the Hill style scenario, then they end up getting like 20,000 points pushed into it or something like that. I don't exactly how many points you would get would have to be balanced, I'm sure, but some sort of organized guild versus guild combat would be massive, similar to Throne and Liberty. Like I said, you guys, like the ideas I come up with to fix this game very much so are ripped from other games that I think do it successfully. Like when I talk about the risk versus reward and incentivizing PvE players, I rip that straight out of RuneScape. I tweak it a little bit, because in RuneScape, if you go out into the wilderness, even if you're not skulled, you're at risk of losing all of your gear except for 3 items. That's why typically if you're doing like PVM in the wilderness before, you know, RuneScape 3 cut it off. Let's say you're in old school. Typically, you'll just take out 3 valuable items, like an armadillo chest piece and an armadillo skirt and a dragon crossbow, or an armadillo crossbow or something like that, right? That way you're not at risk of losing those items, but everything else you are at risk of losing. We kind of switch that up here in Dune Awakening because the PvE crowd's been so accustomed to not losing anything that if we make it to where the PvE people, if they're not flagged, they still don't lose anything but their resources. But if the PvP person flags on them, that person's at risk of losing everything but 3 items. Because even the PvP players in this game, as we've seen, kind of shy away from the full loot. And I guess that's not really fair, man. We didn't really give this a fair shake in the sense of the time frame, the timeline that we decided to be on. It doesn't help that we play the game in the middle of the night over on NA. You're just stuck at work, Jed A. Brutal. I hope you have yourself an amazing night at work, though. You take it easy out there. You don't work too hard. You take it nice and easy out there, huh? Yeah, Kel, I agree. So we're on a bit of a watered down experience here, probably. Excuse you, sir. May I enter this door here? Oh, okay. Follow you. Lead me to the loot. Yeah, no, we're definitely in a bit of a watered down experience, which sucks. And honestly, we should have shifted. We should have shifted a bit this week. I didn't even think about that. I didn't even think about running the live streams during the day. Huh. I don't know, man. Perhaps next time the full loot rolls around, we will boot the live streams up during the day. So don't you worry. Fear not, fair traveler, for they call me the doorman. I will handle this. Step back. I will handle this. One at a time they fall. After you. Man! Gotta clear my throat. I have water. I should probably take a sip of some water. Water is for fish, though, is what I used to say. That's what I used to say. Then I turned 30, and now I'm like, hang on. I think I should have been drinking more water throughout my life. That maybe water's the play. I undercut the valuableness of water. Feel nothing like a fish, you know? I was lied to. Fantastic. You know what I really hope this game does not give up on is base building inside of the deep desert. I'm really hoping that since they moved the titanium nodes down south, I really hope that they open up this area into a PvP zone again, because that would give people reason to build out into the deep desert, sheerly for the amount of travel time back and forth that they would have to spend. The first couple weeks, you guys, were freaking huge for raids. It was so good. We were eating so good. And then they expanded the safe zone, and I said this killed raiding. And we still managed to find bases, but it just, like, shifted, and the types of bases that you found shifted. Then they bring the titanium all the way down to the safe zone, and it's like there's absolutely zero reason to build in the PvP zone at all. No reason at all to build in the PvP zone. There's hardly even a reason to put down a forward operating base in the PvP zone. There's hardly a reason for that. Why? To get a stack of titanium that you have to transport back and forth, when realistically 2 people with a carrier and a buggy could knock out the same amount of work down in the A row? That's crazy. So the base rating's done. Bases are gone. They're gone. The bases that we find on this server nowadays, so I guess they're not gone. They're not gone. I'm exaggerating. The bases that you find on this server nowadays, again, are like a forward operating type base that are just kind of stocked up with either A, missiles or rockets, or B, chests previously, prior to them fixing the repair glitch in the deep desert. They was filled with chests that people would obviously be using to run this repair glitch over and over again. And these forward operating bases would be set down outside of key locations. Like, it mattered anyways. Like, I don't know why you would need a base there anyways, because you didn't lose anything and you were able to respawn regardless. Like, I don't know what the point of having the base was. If you didn't have the respawn currently active, I guess you could, like, quick call your people out there. I don't know. I cannot decide if I want to sit or stand. Been one of them nights. Well, looks like we're not getting any kills, Kel. Looks like... Oh. Who am I? I'm your worst nightmare, pal. Whoa. You son of a bitch. They call me the eldest of the men, Jenkins. Here to get some Landsrad progress. Huge. Oh, excuse me. What are you doing here? What do you mean free Onyx, Jen? And damn it, Jen, who's on your wavelength and why? You think I've forgotten, but I haven't, and I'm still curious.
I'm out. Shield off.
This guy got himself stuck in a thing. Come on, man. Man, I always forget the mines can be popped. Can nades be popped? Is that the difference between a mine and a grenade? Am I just an idiot? Ah, shit. I might have gotten myself killed. I just wanted to see if the nade would pop. No, nades cannot be popped. Interesting news. I suppose that would be the benefit to using a grenade rather than a mine than inside of PvP. Granted, the nade's area of effect is super small. Oh, actually, that's not that bad. That's not terrible. Not even enough to drain this guy's shield, though. Henry! Appreciate you, man. I appreciate you stopping by. I hope you have a good one, my friend. That was my fault, Juxt. I don't know what I did there. I shoved my nose in it.
Shields up.
Okay, well, fuck me then. I fucking hate fighting 2 melee. They just interrupt you, bro. I just wish, okay, like, fine, slash me, but like, dude, don't let it interrupt me on 1 hit. It's fucking pissing me off. 2 hits, fine.
Shields on. Get this.
The fatal funnels, yeah, they're good for when people are pushing down the staircases, I see. Nice try. You fucking dumb old man. Would you just target the right guy? as Sunday morning. I'm surprised this guy and I have this place to ourselves. Don't worry, I'm not taking your kill, friend. I'm not taking your kill, friend. Relax. They also can't fire inside of that, huh? Is that true for everybody? You know how in old school RuneScape you can sell runes to the shop for Tockle and then you can turn that into Onyx? You don't think the shops in Zar buy runes? Have you tried selling them runes? I know, that's like a dumb question, but you're like on the game, aren't you? You're like on the main game, aren't you? What map is that and where is it? That's the first horizontal pentashield in a PvE I've ever seen. We're on D3, I think, or something like that. It's one of the PvE labs this week. Ugh. Nice, nice. Awesome. I'm not even mad. Melee in a grab mine is also impossible. No, the NPCs stop firing. Players can still fire. Good to know. And yeah, the key for that pentashield is behind this wall right here. Yeah, the key for that pentashield is right back here. Bada boom. Oh, and apparently intel is back there as well. I don't typically do this section of this lab anymore. I don't give two shits about it. But there's loot down here. There's like a few solid chests that you could hit up for the capacitors and shit. It's solid. Yeah, no, I get that, Tucker. Something to note about that is if this layout of lab happens to be in the PvP zone, then you can actually use that little area as a bit of a hidey hole from anybody running in on you. Grey Wolf, that's such a good question. I didn't even process in my head that this guy's out here in a rad suit, which provides 0 armor practically. Last thing you want to be wearing. Excuse me. Nice, nice. Okay, huge. Okay, right. Made it out of it, jumped right into it. Hey, watch your ass, buddy. You know? You see your ass? Watch it. Now we fly. Well, that gives you a bit of a room to play out of should you be in a lab like that that's in a PvP zone. That gives you a room to play in and out of if you're sitting there defending yourself. Regard, hello, good morning. I'm at 6.2. Sorry, Cal, I missed it. I'm a bit behind here. I need to go get some water. According to the wiki, they don't. You might try it in game. Yeah, Jen, we're definitely gonna have to make sure check in game. You can't sell in the Czar. Interesting. Ways to obtain Toggle then is what I'd be looking up next. I've never liked the bankers. I never liked that one. I never did that in leagues, Jen. I was too fucking lazy anyways. Dune is going well. We're doing all right. We're doing all right out here. You're at 6.2 thousand. Is the push possible? Question of the day, Kel. Are you in the Atreides or are you in Harkonnen? Because I ask that because if you're in Atreides, if you're in the first guild, yeah, then the past 2 weeks we've lost, so we're at like a 1.4 times bonus or some shit. That doesn't add up to much, but it's something. I just got lucky and managed to roll out to that lab and have it there. How often does the PvE respawn out here? Is it every 15 minutes, just like in the A sector? Because I just happened to roll out there and got lucky and was able to do a decent chunk and got 500 points. $15? That's what I thought, Grey Wolf. I thought it was 15. Well, if that's the case, you might be able to bounce back and forth between these. How viable is that? I'm going to go roll out to this first lab that we stopped by and grabbed the loot from and see. So we just finished that previous lab, I'm going to say 4 minutes ago at 12:35. So that means at 12:50, the NPCs every 10 minutes? No fucking way it's that fast. No way it's that fast. It's 15 on the dot. Give me a minute. I'll be right back.
On infiltration instead of invasion. On subversion instead of election. On intimidation.
Rich coming in, dropping that sub over on YouTube. Welcome, my friend, welcome. Can I flash the map so you can see where the location is? Yeah, I'll show you. It is... I suppose I could have done that previously. It is on... Sorry. I've literally had shit in my throat all night. It is on D3, right in the middle of D3. Is there an MK6 drinker knife? Yes. If there should be an MK5 as well. I don't know what the MK5 is. The MK6 is actually in this week's Deep Desert loadout, rollout, whatever you want to call it, loot pool. Onyx is different inside of RuneScape 3 though, Jen, and it's a lot more important actually. You need an Onyx and you need a Hydrix in order to make the... And honestly, is there even more jewelry past that? Because that's one of the last things I remember in RuneScape 3, Jen, was grinding out. Look, this AI is back. That's one of the last things I remember grinding out in RuneScape 3, Jen, was the Slayer tasks, the Grim Reaper tasks in order to get Hydrix. That's how I was making money inside of RuneScape 3. I would do Reaper tasks. I'll take a look at the market and see what it's at, Eurism, next time, and pick one up, because I'd imagine that it's not expensive if it's on there. Keep poking him. Yeah, keep poking him. Hey. Excuse me, sir. Excuse me. I'll poke him from this side. Okay, so none of our heavy attacks are working, so obviously we're gonna have to switch it up here, bud. Our heavy attacks are bugged. Okay, I got him. Don't you worry, I got him. Yes! I was gonna say, it's gotta be mine, bro. I'm about to, like, start spicing up while I do this so I can know exactly what their health is at and just come in and snake the kills at the end. Fade's Drinker is the MK6. Yes, I believe that's what it's called. I don't know what the MK5 version is. Okay, that was way too early. We still got one with it. I'm surprised. You fucking cheeky bastard. Look, it's the madman in the, it's the madman in the fucking rad suit again. Easy Landsrad progress right there, bro. The melee ones are easy to kill if you've only got one of them. When you got two of them attacking you, it's just frustrating because the one will fucking... The one will interrupt you. That bastard in his nade, did you see him sneak that nade in there on me? The second melee guy will interrupt you. Just a pain in your ass. Okay, I need to heal. So excuse me. Thank you, sir. Okay, we did not need to heal twice. Duraluminum Drinker is the Pardo. Pardo, you say? Pardo me. That's a good one. Oh, we snuck the kill. We've actually gotten pretty lucky. There's a lot of people here, a lot of competition. We've gotten pretty lucky snaking some of these kills. Not gonna complain. Bro, how much damage does that grenade do? Like, I hit the guy with a couple of cope pistol shots, but that's all it is the cope pistol. This guy's sitting here using the weirding way, bro. Mordecai, I like... Ooh, I snaked your kill. I'm so sorry. I'm actually sorry about that because I like the way you ride. I am a huge fan of the weirding step ability. I don't know why, dude. I just really do like that ability. Yeah, I counter your Suspensor Blast with my Suspensor Blast. It's a big cancel each other out. A big fuck you. Oh, you cheeky bastard. Is D3 camped like D7 is? Yes. Carver, yeah. These are the same guys. Sorry, I missed your question. These are the same guys that we just saw at D3. I bet they're going to run this in rotation as well. We only got 300 points out of this. So it's like if you're bouncing back and forth and back and forth and back and forth, and you're getting 300 points per trip, I mean, how many trips are you going to have to do? Like 20? If each spawn is 15 minutes. If each spawn is 15 minutes, like, I don't know, 30 minutes for 600 points if you're lucky. That's an hour for 1,200 points. That's like 10 hours. Carver's about to head to D3. Where are we at now? We're at D7 now, so D3 is probably getting ready to respawn, Carver. Right, I don't even know why I came in here. I don't even know why I came in here. I'm not even sold on the dart for every man, you guys. I'm not. You know what we pulled out when we were doing that PvP the other day is we pulled out the, it wasn't the Way of the Mirror, which is the tier 6 version, but it was the Way of the Desert, which is basically, it's a automatic fire Mala pistol that does, I want to say 59 damage, but that 59 damage is also 59 shield damage per shot. And it has this functionality that kind of reloads a couple of darts as you're firing it. So it has a mag of like 24, but realistically at any given time it is like a mag of like 30. See, the dart, Mick, relies on... The dart for every man relies on... I'm on your side with this, Mick. I am 100% on your side with this, because the dart for every man relies on the... what the frick is that ability called? The attractor field. If you attach this to an enemy, it's gonna make your bullets hit that enemy. A dart for every man literally relies on you landing that on one of your enemies. Because other than that, I just feel like the bloom on that weapon is too... It's too all over the place. The bloom is all over the place. Now, in the Way of the Mirror... Let me show you guys this weapon. This weapon's better than a dart for every man, I think. The Way of the Mirror... See, in the tier 6 version does 69 damage. I haven't used the tier 6 version. I've only used the tier 5 version. Way of the Desert. This thing, I'm telling you guys, is a lot more accurate than a dart for every man, I think. I haven't been in a whole lot of PvP with the Disruptor SMGs. And honestly, the only PvP that I've been in with the Way of the Desert has happened earlier this week. But when we were like, I want to say 20 meters away from that guy and he was fighting our two teammates, we were able to land a lot of our shots using that on him. You know what I mean? DFEM, I don't know what that is. How much damage does a dart for every man do per shot? Do you know? If we take a look, let us look here. What's it say? That's not it. I should have a tier 5 version. $46 damage per shot. 460 rounds per minute. This is 360 rounds per minute. I don't know, man. I don't know. Even with a blinking shield, I think that the Way of the Desert would knock the shield just as quickly, if not faster, or maybe just a little bit slower. One of those three options. That's about the only three options it has. And like I said, its bullet spread's not as bad. Relentless is tier 5 of the dart? Oh, okay. Oh, so it shoots faster even. Okay, never mind. You're right then. You're right then. Because the rate of fire even on the Peters was really good. You're right, Grey Wolf. You're right. We should start getting into some, doing some testing and stuff. Excellent point. Look at this big old chonky assault ornithopter flying in. I mean, not this very minute, Jack, but definitely... The hell is that? Whoa! Did you guys see that? What was that? What is this? It's fast! It's fast! Whatever it is, it's really fast. Oh my gosh. What the hell is that? I don't even know. This is somebody I know. This is somebody in the guild. Oh my god, what happened to you, my friend? I don't know how to help you, man. Who is this? It's Carver. Carver, no. Carver, you're stuck in the ground, man. Oh, shh. No, that wasn't you. Carver. Oh my god, wait. Jack, no, I'm 100% down. I just don't think there's really a reason to do it right this minute, or like even during full loot. Running it during like a regular week would probably be better, and that way we can test. We can run some tests like we did with Dirty Mike. Excuse me, Rosie, do you happen to see the smashed mass of a person? Up! Up! Oh my goodness gracious. What is an attack gonna look like from this thing? Can you get up on this? Does it look like this on your screen? It's a graphic glitch. I could have assumed that. Rufus! I got you, my friend. Carver, does this look like this on your screen, no? Oh, look, it's Kel. Kel, does this look like this on your screen? Oh, why are we standing here? Right, I just had anticipated this was gonna respawn immediately after we got here. It was 35, wasn't it? So 35, 45, 50. This should have spawned 7 minutes ago, and it probably did spawn 7 minutes ago. This shit spawned 7 minutes ago, and we missed it, and we are now 6 minutes away. So the timing doesn't work out to even do these in a back and forth style format. You guys... Okay, so you can fly in the air. That is just absurd. Why is this happening? Could you imagine if you were having to fight this in PvP? What are you supposed to even do with that? And is everybody else seeing it? Kel? He looks normal for Kel. Okay, well that's good to know. This isn't even like a texture or a mesh or anything that makes any sense. It's not his helmet. It's not anything, you guys. What even is this? Oh my god, you guys see his face? Do you see his eyeball? That's his eyeball sticking up. He's wearing like a Wayfinder helmet or something like that. Bruh. He's like squished. He's like squished down and his head is like half into the ground and his body is gone entirely. Listen, Carver, I don't know what sort of trauma you've been through, my friend. And his blade is just sticking out of his mouth. You do look squished, dude. That's really unfortunate, man. I don't know what you've been through, but I do feel for you. I want to see this attack something. What does it even look like when this attacks something? Twisted Derp coming in, dropping that follow over on Twitch. Hi, how are you? Welcome, my friend. Welcome. I hope you're doing well. You just cleared this one, as in, what is just, Kel? Because, like, I timed this out. We walked out of here at 12:35, so it probably respawned at 12:50, which was 10 minutes ago. So by just, do you mean 10 minutes ago? And now I'm wondering, when does the timer start? Does the timer start after you complete? They're back, it's back. Okay, hold on. Where's the man that looks like a can? Excuse me, where's Can Man? I'm looking for... Oops, put my shield on. That's not Can Man. Oh. Okay. Can Man has definitely leveled up into something. I'm not positive what to call this anymore. It's no longer squished. That's still not right, though, is it? That is still not right. Man, Carver, I do not know what is going on, my friend. I do not know what is going on with you today. But you need, you know what, just based off of observation, I would say that you need to lay off the spice, my friend. You're not even holding that gun proper anymore. You gotta lay off of the sauce. Oh my god, look at how it looks when he's attacking. That is just unbelievable. Oh my god. Get him, Carver. Get in there and get him, man. Get his ass, bro. Get his ass. Oh, I snaked it. I'm too fast, man. What can I say? They don't call me eldest of the man Jenkins for nothing. Nope. Nope. Nice, dude. Like I said, melees are the easiest one to kill. They're super easy to hit with that 2-tap. Boom, boom. Listen, pal, I don't appreciate the timing there that you just put in on hitting me with that melee swipe. If you wouldn't mind just standing still. You know what they're doing? They're spiced out so they can check the health. Nah, nah, nah. Not today. Not today. Yeah, you're not going to be the only ones reading the health bar and striking at the last moment. No, no, no. Hopefully we don't end up looking like Carver here. Alright, we took the spice. Hopefully we don't end up looking like Carver here. That would be unfortunate. Also, I think I'm on fire. I would have to say we are definitely on fire. You fucking cheeky bastard! He outspiced me. He outspiced me. Oh no. Who lured the melee guy into the unattainable sector? This is the Forbidden Zone. Only few are granted access into the Forbidden Zone. Looks like this man came prepared. Get him. Come on. Nice. Huge. Hit him with the double stun. Yes, you definitely need to knee them into the Suspensor Blast for sure. Okay. Somebody help this man. There you go. Kel's got you, friend. Kel's got you. Don't you worry. Nice. Nicely done. He's into the tainted spice, maybe. I do not know what Carver did. He did the spice wrong, is what he did. This is what happens when you do spice wrong, folks. So, consume responsibly. Fuck! The reload was so slow, dude. What was that reload, bros? The slowest reload of my life. Get him, Carver. It's got to be one of us. You fucking cheeky bastard. Did you see him? Smart. You got to give it to him. Haha! Fuck you. Only 3 experience per kill? Is that because other people did other kills to it? Cooch needs like 200 kills? Yeah, bro, like, realistically, I don't think we're gonna end up getting this done. Kel is sitting at 6,200, and honestly, like, bro, it would take him all day. Hours. Oh, fuck, oh, fuck, oh, fuck. Why is my blade not out, you old fucker? Whoever just came in with the rockets definitely helped me out right there. Here, you get that one last one. I don't know if it was Rosie who came in with the rockets. Get him, Rosie! Get his ass! Nice. Nice. Oh, did you guys hear that? That was like a perfect access granted. Oh my gosh. It's not every day you get a perfect access granted. It just feels nice. It just feels right, you know? It just feels right. How many buggies do I need to turn into the Landsrad Eurism? Apparently it's like 4. Are you getting less experience because other people are doing damage to the AI as well? Is that what's happening there? It almost makes me wonder what's the ratio here. Excuse me, sir. Excuse me, sir. Thank you. Like, I know it takes... like 105. Now the question is, do they respawn on a 15-minute timer compared to the time that they last respawned, or when the last wave is finished? Because if it's when they very first started getting killed, then you probably would think that those are going to respawn in about 7 minutes. And if you can manage to walk out of each of those raids with even 200 points, I don't know, man. Like, 1,200 points an hour would be like 10 hours in total. It's crazy, dude. It's so crazy. I hate the kill tasks. Too many, Cooch. Way too many. Way too many for a weapon that I don't really want. You know what I'm saying? Way too many for a weapon that I do not want. But I'm interested in exactly what the spawn rates are and exactly how the spawns are working. And I think, like you're saying, it's faster than 15, but it's not. It feels like it's faster than 15. What's happening is the timer that for the respawn starts counting down right after you kill the very first wave, or the very first AI in the first wave. That's when the timer for the countdown starts, which would mean that it's gonna respawn. That can't be the case. It can't be the case though, because then if it took you longer than 15 minutes to do the raid, they would start respawning right after you finished, which just can't be the case. So you need 260 for the full 14,000. Why on earth would you get 14,000? What are you crazy? You would more than double your pain just to get 14,000. That is crazy. Yeah, Mick brings up a good point as well, is we won't be in full loot, so it's literally just, you know, whatever. Yeah, it's not a weapon that I'm necessarily sold on. I'm convinced that the Way of the Mirror is going to be better than the a dart for every man, but neither of them are compared realistically to the pistol, the Regis Disruptor pistol. Tam, hi, how are ya? Hello there. Regis launcher makes 500 kills a little bit more bearable. Eurism, you bring up an excellent point. Somebody in there was using a launcher or grenades of some sort, so perhaps... Nope, not going to spend any of my skill points. What are we... What else was I going to look at? I was going to look at something else. Oh, right. Now you've got me wondering. The Ancient Way does 900 damage per shot. The Regis does 827 damage per shot. That is not that substantial. That is not that substantial. So you are right in saying that with the update that's going to buff the Regis, the Ancient Way is going to be very much so less like a necessary thing that you need to get. True. We're doing good over here, Tim. I just sit in one station and farm them until the chest respawns, and then I know the to loot the other one. Ooh, Cooch, very smart. And with the fact that these respawn faster than I had thought, you're realistically not... You don't have that much downtime. I know for a fact that you can't fly between the two labs and rotate them that way. I know that for a fact. Yeah, weapons Landsrad's kind of been cooked, hasn't it, Kel? I suppose unless you want the ambition shotgun or whatever else comes from it. Whoever's in here with the drill shot too, fucking killing it, bro. Smart. Very smart. He was the person we opened the door for. Fuck, I missed him. Missed him. Now, don't we all just look like a fucking goofballs, okay? Let's just pull it together. If there's another wave that spawns, we need to get our heads out of our asses, okay? We've got this. Yeah, there you go, there you go, there you go. Damn it. We didn't pull our heads out of our asses, did we? Fucking neither of them are reloaded. And I missed my shots. Dan, I could have taken it. We just missed our shots. Damn it. Hey, Rock ate your assault ornithopter. Cooch. Oh my gosh. Somebody, I don't know who else was in the chat earlier saying that same thing happened to him. Apparently that's the new meta, is having your assault ornithopter getting taken by the cliff sides. Wow. Oh, I got it taken from me. Fucking unbelievable. Well then. I don't very much so like this raid. And we came in at the very end, as you've seen, so you can't bounce back and forth between these and rock it out. So like Cooch said, riding it just chilling at 1 is definitely the strategy. I'm not convinced that I even want that weapon, so I think that we're gonna move on from doing this. I just came to do a rotation of the loots. Cooch. Yeah, I'm telling you, man. Who was it? Was it Kel? Kel got a carrier and a crawler because they lost their carrier in crawler, if you know what I mean. Which I think is hilarious, but I mean, good on Funcom. I'm surprised that their customer support, or whatever you want to call that, answers as quickly as it does. No, I agree. I agree with you, Cooch. The one on D3 is definitely a better spot. Because it's a better spot, though, you might actually have less competition over at this spot. Because there was only like 3 people there. Your mate's a newish player. Can I explain what your title means? The last night of full loot, or can anyone in chat elaborate? Yeah, no, I got you, my friend. So currently, the Landsrad last week was up to Harkonnen to vote for, and they voted for the right of salvage, which makes it to where all of the items that you have on you are dropped and can be looted by anybody when you die inside of the deep desert. Now, that doesn't mean anywhere inside of the deep desert. As you can see, I'm in the deep desert right now, but I'm in the PvE zone of the deep desert. So basically anywhere from the A section all the way up to halfway through the E section, I'm still not at risk of losing all my items. Now, as soon as I enter the PvP zone of the deep desert, if I die for any reason, if it's in PvE, if it's in PvP, if I die for any reason, all of my gear, all of my inventory, everything gets dropped. Hopefully that helps. Now, this doesn't affect every single server. It only affects servers that voted for that decree in the Landsrad. So as you can see here, the PvP ships, you'll drop loot. Cooch brings up a good point. So the PvP ships inside of the shield wall, you'll lose your loot as well. But more importantly, like I'm saying, as you can see here, we're heading into the next week of the Landsrad, and full loot is not even on the table. So 9 times out of 10, full loot isn't on the table, and almost 10 times out of 10, they're not going to vote for full loot. But this affects the whole server. It doesn't affect just one faction either. So they won the thing, but it affects the whole server. I'll be right back. My bad. I went out there to use the restroom, and I was like, you know what? I'm going to brew a pot of coffee, so we had to get that going. Anytime, Blaze, anytime. I love answering questions around here. You got a question, we'll answer it. If I don't know it, we'll look it up. Oh, yeah, that's the problem with their customer service. That's the one thing that'll happen, Cooch, is... That's That's the one thing that'll... Oh. Hang on. Right. I need to go grab some bodies. We need to go snag some bodies right quick. Yeah, 9 times out of 10, it's not something you're going to have to deal with. Oh, yeah, no, that's why. That's where I'm going. We're just going to go do a quick body run. We're going to knock out some bodies right quick. Maybe a body run or two. I'm pretty sure the North Haga base has bodies at the base, if that's what you're saying, Cooch, but we're just gonna swing by and go knock out some kills right quick. It doesn't take that long to fill up an assault ornithopter. I've got so much housekeeping to do in the Haga Basin, it's not even funny, bro. It's not even funny. The guild base is completely fallen into shambles. Almost to the point where I'm like about to move it, and we're about to set up the guild capital and just turn that into the guild city. We need to go swing by Eurism's base. But the lag, I might have to wait until after the 10th to even do any of this because of the lag out in the Haga Basin caused by these stupid cannons has just gotten out of hand. The cannons have gotten out of hand. I don't know if I ever finished the point I was making, Cooch, but that's like the problem with their customer service is people lose out on any of the unique items that they had on their ornithopter. They lose out on any items that are in the inventory of the storage of the ornithopter. So sometimes it's like, okay, I got my ornithopter back, but man, I had a lot in the inventory. Yeah, none of your uniques. None of your uniques. That's kind of messed up, too. It makes sense because it's like... they hand this out so freely that it makes sense that they're like, okay, we hand these out so free that we're not just going to be giving people... oh, I lost my tier 6 assault ornithopter with the tier 6 boost on it. And now everybody has one for free. And to be fair, like a carrier ornithopter and a, spice, whatever. It's not like you can turn that back into plastanium or anything like that. So it's not like it's a huge resource dump into the loot pool of the game. So it does make sense that they just are like, all right, here you go. The bonus definitely helps, Kel, but the bonus helps in more sections. Helps more in some sections than it does in others. Like for the buggies, huge. For the kills, oh my gosh, it turns it from 23 to 30. Okay. Cool. That's good to know. 23 to 35, even that's like not the biggest of jumps. I think that's more of a problem with the amount of points that they decided to give out for these specific tasks. They should give you more points per kill. Blaze, no. Actually, surprisingly, no. I prefer this seat over the computer chair that my wife and I have. But she works from home and works on the computer. Obviously she's not at work right now. It's the middle of the night. But I don't feel like wheeling the computer chair out from the living room out here. In here, and then wheeling it back every night. So we just leave it out there. I just leave it out there so she can use it. No big deal. Honestly, this keeps my back a little bit straighter. I feel like it forces me to keep my back. Otherwise, I'll be sitting like a shrimp, bro. When we get into dead man mode, you guys, bro, I'm telling you, when we get into dead man mode, or leagues even, I'm fucking telling you guys. I'm telling you, we got some chunky grinds coming in. Especially with Dead Man mode. I'm super excited for Dead Man mode. Oh, it's going to be so much fun. Leagues is going to be some good fun as well. Dead Man mode is going to be some competitive fun, which I like to get into.
Identify yourself.
For the revolution!
Level 177 in the bag. Can you believe it? One more level down. Only 23 more levels to go. But you know what, ladies and gentlemen? That means we're gonna be able to see something quite special happening 23 times over, if you know what I'm saying. Bear with me on the first one. We've got no idea how the audio balance is gonna work out on this. So bear with me. Maybe brace your ears for a second. It may be a little bit loud. Let's run it. What's happening here? Oh man, I can't even listen here. Hold on. Give me a minute. Oh, level 170. Oh, fuck, it's over already. Right when I got the monitor on. Damn it. I just got to listen to the very end of the song. Damn it. Was that loud? Was that too loud? Was that too quiet? Was that too quiet? Was that too loud? I don't even know. I don't even freaking know, bro. But you know what? We'll have to find out. We'll have to find out, and we've got 23 more levels to figure that out with. You think those tiles should be awarded to the side with the most kills over a 24-hour period and make it double blind so you can't see how many your side has done? It wasn't too loud? Alright, huge. I had the monitor off so I couldn't even hear the music. Right when I got the music to turn on, the whole thing shut off. What's with the chicken? We like chickens around here, Mick. What can I say? What can I say? We're all about that chicken. It's a goose? No, yeah, it is a goose place. It is a goose. I don't know. I don't know. It's just it's an easy green screen effect, I guess, Mick. I don't know. Who doesn't love a dancing goose? And when you have multiple dancing goose, you now have dancing geese. And when you have multiple dancing geese, you now have a dancing gander. So there's that. There's always that. It was pretty loud, Blaze. I'll check. I'll watch the live stream back and see where it's at. I'll balance the audio for next time. I also need to see if that thing ends up getting hit with a copyright. Because technically the program I'm using, we pay a subscription for to avoid copyright on specific music, and we literally just started using this thing, so I'm not 100% convinced that it's not going to end up getting claimed. So kind of ran that as a bit of a test as well. We'll see if YouTube ends up auto-claiming that, though technically the channel should be green listed, if you will. Grey Wolf, I kind of don't know what you mean, though. Those tiles should be awarded to the side with the most kills over a 24-hour period. Oh, the tiles. That would be interesting. Kind of like what we're working for right now. So we're killing... Oh, no, not that. We're killing deserters here, and they're like, you get 23 points per kill, but you need 70,000 points. And what you're saying is, like, whichever faction had the most kills over a 24-hour period gets this tile. That'd be interesting. Or maybe if it wasn't even a 24-hour period, but maybe like a 3-day period or something like that. Like 24 hours just might be too quick. And I think all week would be too long, so there should be like an easy medium we can land at. I like that idea, though. We do know that a gander is a male goose, right? Not anymore, it's not, Grey Wolf. Not anymore, it's not. Grey Wolf, we were there earlier, and it was absolutely jam-frickin' packed with dupers. And then when we checked the market, nothing was, like, crazy out of place. Spice was obviously still unrealistically low, but nothing was, like, crazy out of place. Rufus! Hello, 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 my friend. Good to see you. I hope you're doing good. We're doing alright here. Just kind of getting some side things done. Mainly just bringing some bodies back to the deep desert here. We gotta get some water out there real quick. Do some of that last minute crafting before it's moving day. You know what I'm saying? It's just about moving day. Did another duping exploit get found, or did they revert it again, making it possible again like they did with the repair glitch? Nami, that is hilarious. It is a new duping glitch as far as I'm aware. And it's... I don't know exactly what they're doing, to be honest. It's something to do with Harko Village. These guys are like killing themselves in Harko Village somehow and respawning with duped shit. And all their... It's like basically one massive Chinese bot farm that's doing all of the duping. Like one massive Chinese bot farm doing all of the duping. And it's just crashing the price of melange. And it's been going on for like since we re-rolled on this server. Realistically, it's been going on for weeks. Yeah, I'd have to just take Dai's word for it because I haven't looked into it literally at all. So all of the other dupes I kind of knew a little bit more information about, at least how they worked and whatnot. But this one involves like some weird ass shit over at the taxi and is only useful for very specific items. So it's like I didn't even look into it, especially considering it's a Chinese bot farm running it. Melange is all the way down to 2,800. I don't remember what it was at. Was that like 3,100 when we were at there earlier? It looks like it takes some sort of third-party software, Dies. It looks like it. The whole Chinese bot farm is probably run off of third-party software anyways, though, to begin with. Grey Wolf. A gander is a male goose. Not anymore, it's not, my friend. A gander will now be defined as a male conglomeration of geese, meaning that when you have enough geese, they all combine together and group together to make one massive gander. Now, you can call the gander a male goose if you want. But when you dig under the surface, it's just a bunch of geese. That's the explanation I'm sticking to. That's the one. I can smell the coffee. Funcom is fully owned by Tencent, actually, Jen. I thought it was only in part by Tencent. I didn't even know Tencent fully owned any gaming company. Yes, fully owned by Tencent. I don't think that's a problem in and of itself. I don't think that's a problem in and of itself because Tencent typically only gives a shit about how like the monetization for these things go and how profitable they are. Which is actually, Jen, why I'm surprised RuneScape 3 is even getting away with removing microtransactions at all. I'm surprised. I'm surprised. I don't know I don't know how many shares Tencent owns in Jagex, but I know I don't think it's majority. I don't know what it is. Oh, so Tencent's having their hand forced. Oh my god, and then, it's okay, so the mod, then the new CEO of Jagex, 10 out of 10 marketing strategy when it comes to selling himself as like a for the players CEO. He's got the government up his ass, so he's like, alright, I'm gonna make it seem like I'm trying to get rid of MTX. Even though I think we all know damn well he'd have brought that shit into old school RuneScape. Ancient Wave for 28.5. I picked one up for 19 million earlier, Grey Wolf. Carlyle Group owns the majority shares of Jagex. The fuck is a Carlyle Group? Here we go again, and this is how you get yourselves a deep state. I don't know what I'm not saying the Carlyle Group's deep state, but shit like this is how you get yourself deep state. It's just an asset management company. God. That's so weird. Okay, we actually managed to cook up all of our titanium. I was a little bit worried, actually. I was looking at that earlier. I had like 4,000 titanium cooking up, or in need to be cooked, and I was like, oh crap, dude. Oh crap. We're in trouble, but it actually looks like we're gonna be able to knock that out just fine. I'm gonna go make myself that cup of coffee. I think we might do a mining run here. I think we might just do, ow. Ow. Bear with me. Yeah, I'm actually not surprised Stravidium's not selling, Kel. Yeah, just because it's logging though, Nami, doesn't mean anything. Like I said, it's a Chinese bot farm that's running it. They could lose accounts on the daily, but as long as they're making enough Solari to real world trade to people to justify whatever they're having to pay per account, which again is not like they're not paying full price per account. As long as those numbers add up, they'll keep doing it. So I said it's not your typical player right now that's duping the market. It is literally some big ass Chinese bot farm. Huge. Yeah, it's not like the first dupe that went on in the game that was like a vehicle shifting all over the place that was easier for like your average player to pull off. Like I said, I don't know much about this dupe because I saw what it entailed and I was like, oh shit. That's bot farm level shit. Kel, honestly, sand trout leathers are huge. Grey Wolf, that's so funny that you bring that up. Watch it actually be Tencent that's behind that shit. Because actually, if we take a look at old school RuneScape and RuneScape 3, I'm assuming, but definitely old school RuneScape, the botting problem is crazy. The botting problem in old school RuneScape is crazy. Watch it be Tencent, bro. It's like Tencent owned accounts and shit so they don't get flagged or whatever. Fucking crazy. That's like some conspiracy level shit though that I could totally believe. Tencent allows for the RMT because they're pulling off a percentage, their hands in the pocket of the company that's doing the RMT. Everything at Tencent's hands in the pockets of all of it. Boom. You know what I need to look up? I need to figure out when the very next or the very first server that's getting hit with the Deep Desert reset happens, because it's typically like an hour or two after that we figure out what's coming in the Deep Desert. This will give us a good idea as to what we're fighting for next week and if it's worth fighting for next week. For example, the Oceania Coriolis storm starts in 1 hour and ends in 11 hours. So that's the first one. Oceania resets first, and it resets in 11 hours. So like 15 hours from now, we should know what we're fighting for next week. It's about moving time, so I'm not going to do like a massive trip here. We're just going to go fill up a bit. Bada boom, bada bing. Opifire gems is solid. Ship manifests are probably decent. I mean, hell, fluid pumps. Fluid pumps are probably still really good. Like I said, sand trout leathers are always solid. Those are like a few of my go-tos. If I wanted to grind out some resources for money, those would be a few of my go-tos. I typically like, with like sand trout leathers, I like doing those better when I'm needing to kill mass carette in order to get one of the Landsrad rewards. So I might as well collect the sand trout leathers while I do that, get like 250 sand trout leathers, and sell those for like 40,000 a pop. That's like 10 mil, I think. Somebody's been mining this area. Which one of you sick bastards is out here mining this area? There's definitely a titanium to the right side of that rock, which is not spawned in currently. So we're behind somebody. The worst place to be. Hey, they missed one. Goofballs missed one. Very nice. Well, we got screwed. I didn't look very hard, but you know what? Typically, you don't have to look very hard. These things kind of just pop up from spot to spot. Yep, Rufus will be one of the first to know what we're fighting for next week. I'm sure the maps will update soon after. Which will be nice, because like I said, that'll give us an idea of what we're doing next week. You know, if there's nothing substantial to fight for, dude, like I'm just gonna set up to do some, obviously, Haga Basin frickin' maintenance, bro, because that has just fallen apart, as well as some mining on both Dugap and Harmony. Both of the servers need some maintenance done in the Haga Basin, and then on Dugap, we need to pad out the materials. But if it is in fact Executioner, huge. Kynes cut arrays all the way down to 27 mil, huh? You think that's gonna go back up? Frickin' J-Rob sold his for 400 mil before it tanked in price because everybody was getting one from the Landsrad. 400 million Solari. Gotta get that 99 mining on Dune, yeah. 99 smithing, too. Takes just about as long. Dune does have that. Oh, and you know what is possibly coming out next week? I'm glad you brought that up. Is the 50% experience boost may possibly come out next week. So that'll be something that we're doing as well. It'll be like mining, some Haga Basin TLC, and then some frickin' power leveling because of the crazy ass experience inside of Dune Awakening follows a RuneScape style of experience scaling, with level 180 only being halfway to level 200. It's crazy. Oz, so basically it involves a Chinese bot farm, and they come in and then they duplicate Solari, and they just keep on duplicating Solari, and they duplicate it to such a crazy ass amount that it hyperinflates the server. But here's the catch: it only hyperinflates the server when guilds or players partake in real-world trading. So guilds or players will buy this Solari that these bastards are duping, and then they will, now they have just 400 million Solari that they have purchased for X amount of dollars, no work to them. They're willing to pay whatever price for whatever, which just completely throws the supply and demand out of whack. It's messed up. And this is just this iteration of the dupe. There's been several iterations of this duplication glitch, some that were easier for normal players to pull off and some not. So in some circumstances, it's like the player base themselves were partaking in duping the Solari. You're on Harmony and you can barely scrape together 300,000. Okay, well listen, here's the secret, Oz. You're gonna roll over to the, what is that? Odham. You're gonna roll over to Odham. You're gonna take out some of the Masquerette. Some of these Masquerette will drop like 4 sand trout leather if you're lucky. 4 sand trout leather is 160,000 Solari. They're like 40,000 a pop. Bada boom, bada bing. You like spit in the air on this server and make a couple million Solari, you know? You could also go to Odham again, pick agave seeds. Agave seeds are selling for like what, 20,000 a piece? Eurism, I think, was selling agave seeds. What are you selling those for? Oh, Kel's all the way up to 9.4 thousand, huh? Fuck, Kel. Fucking killing it. Man, you make me want to go maybe try and knock that out. Sheesh, like for real though, for real though, because I mean, like, man, you knocked that out in a couple hours. I'm slow though, man. I'm slow. Yeah, dies. They're not even interested in making it stop. The agave seeds is up and down. It really depends on if there's a Landsrad that requires agave seeds and if it's any good. Smart, Cal, smart. Shotgun them down. Earthright crystals are also pretty reliable farm and turn for profit. That's how I earned your first 100 mil on Harmony. That's a good point. Yeah, people probably just flat out buy the Earthright. You don't even have to make it into cobalt paste. It takes them 6 weeks to ban one account, or they get banned for 6 weeks. Because, Dies, I had somebody in the chat say the other day that somebody got banned for hacking, I think, and they got banned for 3 days. Fucking, like, aimbot hacking got banned for 3 days or some shit like that. So it takes them 6 weeks to get banned. So they're duping for 6 weeks. It's a temp ban. Oh my god. That is just sad. It's just sad. It is sad levels of incompetence. Actually, 0 earthright crystals on the market, huh? That either means it's a hot item or it's not selling at all. You would think that that might mean it's a hot item because I mean, shit, bro. There's so many people on Harmony. You would think just about everything's on the market. That's what Kel thought for Stravidium, and yeah, ask Kel how that went, because his ass has got no Stravidium.
Sector weather alert. A large sandstorm is approaching.
Cal, I'm asking myself, I did not pull that cutter, no. No, I did not. I was asking myself that same question. Nobody on here is suspicious, though. Like, Cooch is legit. Fib is legit. Juxt is legit. So, my guess is somebody needed it. Be my assumption. Everybody on there is very legit and very trustworthy in my books, so...
Sandstorm is approaching.
We're 24 hours from the reset. So I'd imagine it just got moved from buggy A to buggy B. If that makes sense. Everybody relax, everybody relax. Though I don't know whose this is. I think this is Juxt. Or maybe Jed's. J-Rob, I'm not positive. It's not that big of a deal. It's not that big of a deal. Now, if this one goes missing, and it's two of them missing again, then it's like, okay, that's kind of what happened last time before J-Wolf's guild got incited. These two of those went missing. J-Wolf said he was suspicious that shit was missing from his, chests. And then the inside happened. But I wouldn't look into it. I wouldn't look too deep into it. I'd imagine that it just was getting used. Did I not just get... Are we not getting a warning for a sandstorm? That's why we're chilling here waiting for a minute. Honestly, Eurism, I wouldn't worry about it. I wouldn't worry about it. Like I said, we're 24 hours from the reset from happening.
Sector weather alert.
We're 24 hours from the reset from happening, and if I'm not mistaken... Somebody brought a third. So there's 3 of these regular ones and then that painted one. I think. It's not that big of a deal. None of the resources or components over at the other base can technically be insided. So it's nothing to be concerned with. And like I said, I'd imagine well, last time I gave it the benefit of the doubt as well, but we never figured out what happened to those cut arrays last time. So I'm assuming the insider grabbed them. That's just my guess. But I'd imagine that somebody in the guild just needed the cut array, which is not a problem. Not a problem at all.
Sector weather alert. A large sandstorm is approaching.
Flower sand is at 1,450. Carver is saying that the crystals sell for like 4,500 a piece. Not too bad.
Sector weather alert. A large
Sandstorm in
is approaching.
2 minutes. I just want to see what... Oh, there it is. Power harness is something that we needed to do. So we're basically 26 hours away from the reset. Yes. Okay.
Sector weather alert. A large sandstorm is approaching.
Hopefully next week there's more people out in the deep desert building bases. There's literally only like that weird ass F3 base that had its shit locked down, had its subfief locked down, and then there was that that forward operating base that Jack had up on G3. Which again, like these forward operating bases don't have much in them, so I hope that Dune Awakening comes up with some sort of updates that incentivize building in the deep desert, in the PvP zone. Refining resources out there would probably be the best way to incentivize it, making it to where like maybe like this would probably break the game, but maybe like water is free if you're building in the PvP zone of the deep desert, and you could just craft stuff. You know what I mean? That might be a bit game breaking. But that would incentivize the hell. You would have people crafting everything out there. I think that's a bit too much. Like, multiplying the resource output by like a time and a half, I think that's a good benefit. You'd have to give bases some sort of defenses that they could put up, though, like flamethrower torches. Flamethrower turrets. But you know what's crazy is like they have in the event that's even going on right now, they have flamethrower traps that shoot out flamethrowers. So they could already like set up that stuff, that technology already exists in the game. Like, so I'm hoping that eventually they'll add some of that in. Here we go. What is that noise, man? It only happens sometimes when I get in my ornithopters. I don't know what that noise is. Where do you get the tier 5 version of the dart for every man? Because I've literally never seen that anywhere. Also, what's the difference damage-wise between the Regis Disruptor pistol and the Adept Disruptor pistol? Is there like a massive damage difference? I don't think I have either of them unlocked, to be honest. I have an Adept Disruptor pistol that we pulled off of somebody's body, but... Ivory, yes, huge. I changed the rocket fire to my left mouse button, and it made a huge difference, yes. Couldn't agree more. Q for boost doesn't really bug me, but the rocket fire was a pain in the ass to hit C for. I don't know. Grey Wolf. It takes 2 shots to crack a shield with Regis in normal circumstances, let's say. So I would say a massive difference is like a 3-shot difference. Does it take 5 shots with the Adept? How many shots does it take to crack the shield with the Adept? Kel knocked it out. Very nice. Shipwreck. Yeah, but Peter's Disruptor is different. We're looking for, like, Peter's Disruptor isn't the tier 5 version of a Dart for Every Man. They were calling it something else earlier, Cooch, I don't remember. So it definitely adds an extra shot into the mix.
Who's there? Someone here.
Oh shit. Do I have this to myself? That cannot be the case. Hello? Relentless is the MK5 version. Yes, that's what they were calling it. Nami, I suck at it too. Definitely. I mean, I've gotten better, but definitely I can't parry for shit either. And what sucks is if I'm trying to parry to demonstrate to somebody something inside of this game, I swear I miss every single one of them. I do better when I'm just not focused on trying to parry. We just let the parries flow naturally, and it works a little bit better. When I'm trying to do it, I swear that's when I mess up. Adept is 341 damage, and the Regis is 450. So, what I read on the website is that the Cope does 306 damage, but it also does 306 shield damage. Is that true? Because if that's the case, then basically the Adept Disruptor pistol, which has a charge up time, is only doing 41 more damage than the Cope, which is not shit. But if the Cope doesn't do a 1-to-1 shield damage, because then realistically, could you crack somebody's shield with 3 shots of the Cope pistol? Well, see, that's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying, Regard, is I don't think it does either. I don't think it does either. The website says it does, but I think the website's wrong. I agree with you. Pretty confident it does barely any shield damage. That's what I'm saying. Yeah, next week when they, like, whoever was talking about them putting up the PvP arena, we'll definitely have to get together either with some guildmates or somebody to do some testing. Test. Because unfortunately the game doesn't give us enough solid information. Oh, that's a good point, actually, Cal. I didn't even think about that. Yes, correct. We are using the Hallex pick. I think 0 of our build is actually geared towards melee, though. We pushed the build this week towards full range for when we were out there messing with the full loot PvP. Because it's a ranged meta on this server. It's rare that when you're out there PvPing that you get into any sort of ranged fights. I'm shocked that we've had this to ourselves. We're basically geared towards full range right now. There's no, like, specific name for it. We're just geared towards range. I forget specifically what. See, we didn't even push center of mass. Suppose we went with Dispenser Blast this week, which we didn't even end up using that much. Pistol and rifle damage. pistol and rifle damage, and that plays into both the fact that we were using the Cope pistol paired with we were rolling around with the Way of the Desert, which I'm convinced the Way of the Desert and or the Way of the Mirror is just as good, if not better, or just a little bit worse. It's one of those three things compared to the Dart for Every Man. I think the bullet spread on the Way of the Desert is much easier to manage, which makes it to where it does not require the attractor field, because it feels like a Dart for Every Man actually requires you to have a tractor field. Gore coming in, dropping that follow over on Twitch. Hi, how are you? Welcome, my friend, welcome. I hope you're doing well. I didn't even think about the PvP zones inside of the Haga Basin. Those would work excellent as testing grounds. Test new items and strategies and whatever and what have you, actual damage outputs, etc., etc. We're not in a PvP testing ground right now. We're still technically in the PvE area. I don't know if these guys are tier 6 just like they are in the PvP zone. I don't know if that's the case. The only reason I'm taking these down is because we're doing it one by one. You literally have to kite these guys around one by one. Anything past the arrow is tier 6. I just know that the difficulty that these things actually provide is completely artificial, and the second that multiple people come down here, it's completely irrelevant, the difficulty, because when you're solo, the real problem is the fact that the AI, all of the AI in the entire lab targets you from everywhere. Alex, hello, hello, good morning, my friend, good morning. Good to see ya. They're all tier 6 past arrow. Interesting. Yeah, then really the main thing is kiting them around. And you see that if I'm standing over here, I don't draw the attention of all of them at one time. This doesn't work in every single lab. You can actually, oh, I can go undetected. Oh, fuck, I'm in trouble here. Not good. Come on, bro. Okay, we got him, we got him. Oh, at what cost? At what cost? And we lost our grapple on that guy, son of a bitch. It's alright, it's alright, it's alright. Perfectly timed parry. Damn, if only he was the guy we stabbed first. Excellent. One melee guy we can handle all... Okay, maybe not all day long. One melee guy we can handle. 3? That's way too many. Two's frustrating. 3's too many. The cauterizer, I'm not a huge fan of the daggers anymore. I used to like the daggers when we first started playing because of the attack speed, but the rapiers have the same attack speed, as far as I can tell. And, they have the same attack speed, and they have a little bit longer of reach. What armor are we using? We're using Mendex right now. Right now we're in our tier 5 PvP setup. Typically I'm in Pincushion, though. Pincushion mixed with a few other things. Like, I think the... Jeez Louise, just got the shield melted. I think the best... My meta setup would be... Probably, what is it? The power harness paired with the circuit gauntlets. And then some Pincushion pants. Pincushion helmet and Executioner boots. Maybe swat in Executioner helmet as well, possibly. As a replacement for the Pincushion helmet. That sounds about like the best regards, to be honest. I actually really like the Pincushion armor. Just not for 7 weeks out of the 10 weeks. Like, holy shit. I bet if heavy armor comes out next week, Executioner's heavy armor, isn't it? Executioner is going to be heavily camped as well. Executioner will be an armor set that we are definitely gonna have to like go fight some guilds for. That'll be one that's worth fighting for, though. So I'm saying, like, next week, what we end up doing next week will be entirely dependent on what sort of schematics we have to fight for or not to fight for. Come here, you. Come here, you. I cannot believe we've had this whole thing to ourselves. Oh, fuck. And we're dead. Nice. Awesome. Cool bits of, like, lag and 12 fucking AI all attacking me from 7 different areas happening there. It's fine. We somehow managed to catch a revive. I'm surprised, actually. Excuse me. I would like my shield. Thank you. Thank you. Don't you mind if I do? Don't you mind if I do? Oh shit. Oh shit. Run, you old fuck. Hobbling around. You got a little fire hitting you and you're hobbling around. I have prana stability, and I have the other stability as well. Still, I'm getting hobbled around. Oh yeah, you guys would just fucking stay off in the back and not get hit by that, wouldn't you? Dick move, you guys. Your server, oh, the heavy armor gets gate camped? Yeah. That'll happen on this server as well, I bet. Executioner's been one I think people have been waiting on, too. How many flamethrowers are running right now, dude? I see at least 3, but I'm thinking it's upwards of 5. What the hell? Okay, it's at least 4. It's at least 4. I'm seeing 4 now. Got a kind of a cheeky bit of like a head glitch going on against this guy. Not bad, not bad. Not bad, not bad. Okay, well, it looks like one single lab all to yourself gets you like 1.some thousand odd points, which isn't bad. Not bad at all. This is going to be the most complicated portion of this whole thing, and realistically, it just revolves around me kiting these guys around, because they will fire at you even though there's no possible way that they can hit you, so I should be able to just continue to do this. So the difference between the executive armor and pincushion is 350 armor to 194 in the helm and pants, 263 to 146. You also get higher dart mitigation, don't you? And out of the executioner, you get 0 blade mitigation. Actually, out of the executioner, I'm assuming you get negative blade mitigation. Or does Executioner give you both as well? It's just a heavy version. If Executioner gives you both as well and is just the heavy version, then honestly, Executioner might be meta. And with how underutilized melee is on this server, heavy armor might be meta anyways. Negative blade, okay, yeah. That's my thing, bro. I don't like going negative blade, but blade's basically not used on this server. I hate how you can't see fucking through their flame at all. The only way you clear these is with a lot of missiles. Yeah, I haven't used the missiles on the AI yet, but I hear a lot of people saying that that's a good strategy. I honestly don't know. I'm assuming this is the last wave. We literally got ourselves almost 1.5 thousand points. Bro, if there's another wave, I'm in trouble. Hey, I think there's another wave. This thing would have popped off by now if there wasn't another wave. I need to use ability. Ability. I don't know who ability is there, Arab. Whoever he is, we don't need him. Oh, do we finally have somebody else in here? Oh shit, this guy bit off more than he can chew. Run, heal, heal, heal. Run, heal, heal, run, run, heal, run. Don't worry, bud. I'll protect you. It's Cooch. Cooch, run, man, run. It's Cooch. Cooch, I thought you were a goner, man. I thought you were a goner, Cooch.
Take cover! Die! Need to reload.
You motherfucker. You motherfucker, Cooch. You're good, bro. You're good. The stupid reload, man. I keep getting caught up on the reload, man, and my weapons are not reloaded. I swapped to fire at the guy, and no reload. Everybody knows I have to use ability? Yeah, I know, you're right. What are we without ability? Watch out. They're coming for you. What D station is this? Excellent question. We're on D7 right now. D6, possibly. It's one of the Ds, that's for sure.
Need to reload.
You back off, Cooch. You back off of him.
Need to reload. Shield off. It's over.
You dirty, dirty dog. These nuts. Rufus, you dirty dog. Nicely done.
Access denied. Access granted.
Well then, 1.7 thousand points pushed into that thing. Actually huge. Really big, actually. Nope, 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 nope. Why would we even do that? Let us go see if the other one happens to be as empty as this one was. Surprisingly empty up until Cooch came in. Oh man, did you see that? Cooch had a little like puff of smoke come out of his bum there. Looked like he tooted. It's disgusting. Damn, my timing is perfect. That's what I call perfect timing. Dude, I don't know why the world map is lagging. Harmony Deep Desert had a crash today, really? You think that's causing the map to lag? The Deep Desert's split into like 9 different servers or however they want to like differentiate it. So isn't the whole thing crashed or just one section of it? Oh, nobody could enter the deep desert. Gotcha. Yeah, sheesh. If nobody could enter the deep desert, that might have been a full desert crash. Which would be crazy. This testing station arguably has more AI in it, so I think it's been more camped. I'm not positive. Oh, look, there's AI down here even. Bro, is it just empty? Is this gonna be the second one in a row? Cooch, we might be looking out here, Cooch. I'd be lying if I said I wasn't pissed off. The heavy armor stamina drain hurts, especially because I have none of the stamina buffs from Swordmaster going on right now, I don't think. That's a really good point that him brings up. How did this guy get back up? That's a really good point that him brings up, and actually I've had that happen, so it might have just been like one sector said you couldn't get in, but then if you'd gone to like the middle sector, you would have been able to get in. Because I've had that happen to where it's like, oh, you can't enter the deep desert, or it puts me in a queue, and if I click on another sector, it kicks me out of the queue and lets me join. Fuck me. Nice try, Cooch. Nice try. I saw you eyeballing my kill. Man, I'm surprised. What happened right now? Like, seriously. Deep Desert crashed? Is that why this is empty right now? Is that what you're saying, Grey Wolf? Like, this happened now? Because we should realistically not be in an empty spot right now. Like, this has been competed for all week. I guess we're, like, running down to the last 24 hours, but people all still be delaying, bro. Oh, 9 a.m. Yeah. Okay. Interesting. So almost like 24 hours ago at this point in time. Yeah, we shouldn't have zero competition here. Whoa, what took my power? What took the power? Oh shit, the shield's about to break. That's some dangerous water to be in. Get him. Yeah, good job. My shield can't take much more of this. I guess, Kel, but I mean, even like an hour ago, there was like 15 people in each of these dungeons. There was at least like a group of 6 rolling around to both of these dungeons. You are right, though. It is the end of the week. These are probably all done, claimed up. Is there another one? Oh, oh. Rude. Nice. Nicely done. There's been people here all week long. But we're literally winding down here. We've got 25 hours. So there does come a point in time where, you know, they, like you said, they're just about all done. Oh, fuck. Hey, White Rose coming in, dropping that raid, my friend. We appreciate you. Welcome, everybody coming in. Welcome, oh, welcome. White Rose, the legend. Hope you're doing well. Hope you had yourself a nice, very nice stream. Dear Lord. Yep, currently we are just slowly but surely grinding out this Landsrad task here. Surprisingly, we've actually been able to knock out the more progress than we have been able to all week long because, like I was saying a minute ago, all week long there has been a crazy amount of competition for this. Cooch, no! Cooch, no! Hey, we distracted him. Alright, now watch out, watch out, watch out, watch out. You're on your own, Cooch. You need this event to end so you can carry the buggy to get Jasmine without being taken out? They can't hit you, Kel. The missiles don't hurt you. They're cosmetic. Now the ships can hurt you. The ships that fall out of the sky can hurt you. Actually, you know that better than anybody, don't you, Kel? Right, we gotta jump in and show that. When the downtime happens, we'll figure out how to show that video on Discord of poor Kel getting absolutely brutalized by the event. Yeah, you played a few games to test them to see if you liked the first one. You didn't like it, so you went to the second one, which is Mecha Break, and the third one, which is Ocean World. It was a demo, but you can only play so much. Interesting, Rose. Interesting. I played a bit of some Mecha Break during one of the testings, and I just decided not to come back for the launch, and I didn't have really any major reason as to why not. Mecha Break was actually a fun game to play. It kind of is that like team-based respawn die respawn style that it has to it, I think, is kind of what turned me off. Oh, shit. Yeah, no, I had a lot of fun with Mecha Break. It's just the die respawn PvP I'm not a huge fan of. I'm on fire. If I fly through an event rocket, your ornithopter will barrel roll. Really, him? I've had a few of them hit me. I've never, like, flown through one. I've had a few of them hit me, and I didn't barrel roll. Kel got absolutely smoked by one of the ships falling out of the sky. So I could understand their hesitation in not wanting to full bore take a carrier out. Nicely done, fellas. Nicely done. 7.2 thousand. So we got less here. So maybe there's less AI here than in the other one. Granted, we did, I want to say, like 40 to 50% of the other one entirely by ourselves before Cooch showed up. Oh my gosh, Rose, I've heard a lot of people getting smoked by worms inside of this event. Just absolutely brutalized, and what sucks about that is the worm death inside of this game is the most punishing death. Well, let's fly back to the other one and see if it is in fact empty still. Because, I mean, like, damn, if we're just going to keep flying back and forth to these and have them be empty on what's been, like, overly crowded all week, we're going to knock this out until... Yeah, Cooch, I'm right there with you. If it's going to stay this empty, like, we might as well grind this out, man. Cooch, you're closer than me, my friend. You are much, much closer than me. Yeah, that absolutely sucks, Rose. The worm deaths are the most punishing deaths, and what sucks about it is most people die to the worm due to some sort of bug or, like, to no fault of their own. Dark, man, they're getting ready to take the 10,000 trips and cut it down into 5,000 for you by doubling the weight that you can carry in an assault ornithopter. So we got that going for us, right? Oh no, Cooch, you're on Harkonnen, so you don't have the bonus going for you. Is that what you're saying? Ouch. Mick, I'm already disappointed in the dart. I've used the Disruptor SMG inside of PvP, and I did not like it. It was one of the first weapons I ever decided to use inside of PvP, and the bullet spray on that thing is ridiculous. And having a weapon be required, having a weapon's use case require an ability like the attractor field, not my cup of tea. Cooch, you son of a gun. I don't know how Cooch flew so fast. Yeah, it's not even good for single targets though, Cooch. It's like good for targets that you manage to land the attractor shot on. Or like Kel is saying, if you weirding step might actually play really well into it. I was almost thinking about weirding step into one of the shotguns that stun lock, but the problem with that is that this server's meta is range, and the server's got a shitload of guilds on it. You don't run into 1v1 combat. So what are you gonna do? Weirding step into an entire group of people? What are you mad?
Sector weather alert. A large sandstorm is approaching.
Shit. Well, thankfully I'm like right next to the other base. I'll go grab a shield if I need it. I'm not convinced it's going to be empty down here. I'm not convinced it's going to be free, but it might be. Like, surely there's going to be somebody down here, right? It's going to be empty. It makes the most sense that this would be down here empty. Last time I rolled down here, I thought it would be empty, though, and it was free. Nobody was even in here. Oh, shit. I stepped right in, bro. I didn't even check. Hey, he's coming in, dropping that follow. Hi, how are you? Welcome, my friend. Welcome. Good to see you.
Sector weather alert. A large sandstorm is approaching.
Up. Fuck! Here we go. And perfect. Safety has been achieved. Not who I wanted to attack. Up and go. Oh, you fucking twats. Excuse me. All right, safety has been achieved yet again. Oh, wow, they grenaded both sides. It's like they knew I was going to come over on this side. The AI is sometimes way too deep into my head. It's like, get out of my head.
Sector weather alert. A large sandstorm is approaching.
Nailed it. That's a good point that you bring up, Grey Wolf, is to hold on to the weirding step until... Now, granted, people can always just dodge out of the weirding step stun. Seriously?
Shields up.
All right, hey, one at a time now, one at a time now. You guys work your way to me. Whoa, 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 whoa. Watch it now. Oh man, why did I do that? Why did I do that? Why did I do that? We sat in that for way too long. Whoa, 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 whoa! Hup, hup. That's how you do that. Okay, I don't know what he's doing, but we'll just take full advantage of his stupidity. Okay, they don't know where I'm at. Fucking hell. No, I did not. No, I did not. No, I did not. That's going to be a problem that we're going to have to handle here in a little bit, Grey Wolf. Yep. Shield is going to pop eventually. Shield is not going to be able to handle this beating for much longer. I'm surprised it's actually held up for this long.
Shields up.
It's not going to last the whole raid, I can guarantee you that. I don't even have any more bandages. Nice fucking dodge. I got so lucky that that melee attack went off before he interrupted me. You just now fought the spawn enemies, Cooch? Okay, well, I mean, like, damn, we've been fighting these guys for a little bit, so you can make it from one to the other. It's obviously not a back and forth type timing format. And when there was more people out fighting these, it didn't really change that. Oh, shit, shit, shit. What's this guy doing? God, the AI in this game is dumb, and then the AI out here is artificially inflated, and it just pisses me off. Every time I'm fighting the AI out here, I'm just pissed off. Come on now, just let me finish poking you with the thing. Just let me poke you with the thing. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you even more for the bandage. That's what we needed. That's what we needed. There's still one left. Where is he at? There he is. I wish you could parry that. You should be able to parry that. $7,800. I don't know what we rolled in here with. 7,200 or something like that. So we've for sure gotten 600. That's not too shabby. My God, what is that grenade that it just threw? Like, what the fuck what are the odds? Dude, I swear last time, oh my God, we're fucked. Last time we were out here fighting these guys, we got really lucky with the way these enemies kited. We are not getting lucky this time. Okay, thankfully we were able to get this. This melee should have been dead. I don't know why this melee is not dead. You and I both know that's bullshit, buddy. We parried your first attack. Wife tells me on EU without the buff we can still make 1,500 plastanium. Hey, not too bad, Jux. Not too shabby. Typical Funcom, they broke half of the EU servers where the ping went from 30 to 40 milliseconds all the way up to 140 to 160. Wow. That's absolutely crazy. You don't think that's going to end up eventually getting fixed? Do you think that's just going to be like a permanent thing, so much so that you need to re-roll? Because I would assume that that's going to end up getting fixed. But yeah, that's a big jump right there, that's for sure. It's been going on for a week now. Damn. Yeah, 140 to 160 milliseconds of ping is pretty damn unplayable.
Shields up!
Man, Juxt is living with the ping, though. Sounds like Juxt is coming from Australia or something.
There's someone here.
Too easy. Yeah, on fiber optic internet, the ping's great. Gee, where did all those enemies come from? Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Oh god, they're everywhere.
Found them.
Uh-oh, uh-oh, uh-oh. Alright, main targets are down, which is the melee. Now it should just be a matter of taking these guys out one by one. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Without losing all of our power now would be great. This fucking guy, bro, just aimbotting me from across the map. Cool, appreciate it. Good AI design. Yep, definitely not artificially inflated difficulty coming out of this. Nope. Very solid development here. Sheesh, the melee guys simp hard for each other. They do. They are right up each other's ass. They don't play around. It's because they know, like, 1-on-1v1, that the melee in this game is just like shit. The melee AI needs each other. They need to interrupt the attacks that happen to them. Next week's Deep Desert Schematics is going to be a canteen and some buggy parts. I swear him, if it's that bad, it's going to be a grinding week for us, where we're basically just going to grind out materials and levels if we end up getting the 50% experience. But we'll be splitting the streams 50, not 50-50, but we'll be splitting the streams and running a couple of Path of Exile streams, if that's the case, dude. Because I'm going to beat my fucking head against a wall here. I think that we're gonna get Executioner next week, Him. That's what people are saying. That's what people are kind of really hoping. Executioner would be nice, in my opinion. I'd be down for that. That'd be a good schematic to fight over. But yeah, next week we'll be putting up a... Next week we're gonna be setting up a buggy base on Dugap and setting up a buggy base on Harmony, per usual, over here. But on Dugap for sure. And, if there's no schematics that are really good to fight over, then we're gonna end up splitting our time playing some PoE 2. Maybe some Apex Legends, one of the two. Oh, I might be dead here. A fight for the Hallex. Yeah, Hallex pick is the best one next week. Yeah, that would suck. Oh, uh-oh. Our shield broke. The shield finally popped. 8,300 total, though. Like, damn, dude. It's only been like an hour, and we've just about cooked already all the way up. You win this time, fire guy. Come on. I'll be right back. Man, could you imagine if something as simple as the Hallex pick was like the best weapon next week out in the PvP zone of the deep desert, when 2 weeks prior it was literally in the safe zone of the deep desert on repeat that the entire server could farm constantly? Crazy. Nah, man, I think people are right, and it's gonna be Executioner. I think that it's gonna be Executioner. Let's replace our shield here so we don't have to do the last round without one. Sounds like a swell idea. Yeah, I got a dispenser belt for you. I'll grab a shield as well, yeah. I have a body on me, apparently. I don't know how long I've been carrying a body on me, but it's there. Server's going down for maintenance and you're on a private server. That happens, David. I think that happens on a nightly basis. Oh, down for maintenance though. That's actually interesting. I thought you meant restart. Down for maintenance. Oh, I didn't grab a shield, Cooch. Oh yeah, I did. Yes, I did. Oh, you know what, man? I should have grabbed some heals. God, I jacked up there, didn't I? I mean, that's alright. Heals aren't the end of the world. It definitely can get me into a situation where I end up getting downed, but it's not that big of a deal. Cooch, I don't know if you're at this one or if you're at the other one. You had no warning, just disconnected from the server, huh? Interesting. Very interesting, David. Makes me wonder if everybody might be rolling into some sort of downtime patch notes or whatever. I know currently as it sits, we are 30 minutes away from the daily restart. And I don't know if... right before I came and sat back down, did a warning pop up on the screen?
I need reinforcement.
I mean, if you were flying in the deep desert, David, chances are you just lost your ornithopter. If you were just there... If you were just there, chances are you just logged out. You'll be fine. Am I confused, or was I dealing with flamethrower guys last time, and now it's on these guys? Did all of the waves reset just because I died? I mean, I'm not complaining, but I think the waves just reset on us. We were on the final wave. There was like, or the one before the final, there was like 4 fire guys. I think the waves just reset on us. Come on, where are the melee fuckers? There you are. Come on. Come on. You sick bastard. Dear God, bro, just you get 6 AI all fucking wall hacking your ass. Till and you always log out just to be safe. Yeah, no, I feel you on that. I lost an ornithopter to a daily reset before they came out with the timers. Hey, not very nice. This is Juxt. This is not Cooch. Cooch, I don't know if you're at that other lab still or what exactly. You're safe on a rock? That's good. Very nice. I'm not worried about bandages. Bandages are for babies. I'm a big boy. Hey, everybody relax. Let me just gain some stamina. All right, you're done for. You're done for. Uh-oh. Not very nice. Not very nice at all. Ah, you take your time, Cooch.
Shield on.
I just thought I was dropping my shields to you. My bad. He's yours. He's yours. He's yours. My bad. Right. Oh, come on. I'm trying to target him with that, and it's just not. Oh. I will take that bandage. We will take that one. Oh, sure, bro. Sure. I cannot believe we got that melee off in time, to be honest. Oh, that should have been the end of him. Nice. Very nice. Bear with me. Boom, boom. Cooch, there's the shield and the whatchamacallit, suspensor belt on the ground for you, my friend. Where'd Juxt go? Did Juxt die? Juxt, no, did we lose Juxt somehow? Oh no, there he is. He's alive. He's a survivor. Oh, you son of a bitch. You just saw me going in and you just couldn't even help yourself, could you? Stupid melee AI. You're worthless on your own. Anytime, anytime. No, thank you. You brought the bandages to me. Definitely helps. Out of ammo. Oh. Oh, man. No, you're good, bro. I don't need ammo. I don't need ammo. It's all for the blade. Boom, boom. Oh, you need some bandages? There's bandages right here. Juxt. If that's what you were saying. Not fair. Got him. Hello, hello, Ducky. Good to see ya. Hope you're doing well, my friend. We're just about... There's no gear gonna be lost tonight. I suppose the title's a bit misleading. Unless you're somebody else in the deep desert dying right now. With it being 24 hours until the deep desert resets, it's just about cooked, bro. It's just about cooked. 9,000 points, 1,500 remaining. Surprisingly, if you'd told me at the beginning of this stream that we would have been working through this, I'd have said, yeah, right, bro. What, have you lost your mind? But here we are. Oh, you rotten, rotten melee AI asshole. Hang on, hang on, hang on, hang on. I'm on fire. The final stretch. Surprisingly, I mean, like, fuck, dude, we've been, like, hammering through this. It's amazing how much faster this goes when there's not 15 people all fighting for the same progression. No. No. Are the rockets doing damage through their shield, or is that just stunning them? My God, the final boss, the the unbeatable, as they say. He's got infinite health, that's for certain. Nicely done.
Yep, turns out that's exactly what he needed.
Access granted.
Very nice. Well, shit. 9,200. 15 minutes until the reset. Alright, well, fuck. I was going to fly to the next one, but realistically, we might as well just stay here. We might as well just wait for this thing to reset. We'll be fighting the AI again as the server goes down, and then we'll fight the AI again as the server comes up, and we'll basically have this task knocked out. We'll have this task knocked out of the bag. I'm surprised. I'm surprised. It happened quick. Need to test the start of dying on the last wave if you are alone to get the insta reset. Rufus, you're so right. I'm so glad you caught on to that, Rufus. Something weird happened there. I don't know if it was an insta reset or so we're theorizing that the AI respawns dependent on when you attack the first wave. So, I mean, we should be like 5 minutes from this AI respawning, even though we just completed this wave. I might be wrong, and we might be, you know, we might not see this respawn until the end. But yeah, that whole die respawn to do a full reset on the AI, that was actually wild. That definitely sped up our progress, didn't it? That double smash on the whatever you want to call it. Huge. Huge, as they say. You would expect it to only work if nobody else was here, but with the way that this is it would have to only work if nobody else was here. Yeah, I don't know. Us coming back to this thing and having it not be at the final wave was weird. There's nothing to learn, mans. We're literally dealing with artificially inflated difficulty AI. What do you want to learn? If you're trying to solo these things, go melee with the shield and kite them around one by one. That's what happens when I solo these things. It just takes a fucking hour. You gotta kite the AI around one at a time. One by one by one, they fall. And I mean, honestly, you could rewind to the stream back like 30 minutes or so. We took down all the way down to the final wave here, basically with a tenth of a shield percentage left. The only reason I backed out of the lab solo was because I had to go grab a new shield. We were completely and totally out of shield. It's incredibly lazy design. Not only is it inflated hit points, bullet sponges, but their damage output is cranked to the max. Their reload speed is dropped down to nothing. Their ability cooldowns are dropped down to nothing. It's very much so artificial difficulty out here. Very lazy game design. Very lazy. And that's why I'm saying, and every time I argue with the PvE players, like saying that, oh, like, split the servers or whatever the PvE players are arguing for. My point is, like, what endgame PvE are you looking to get out of Dune Awakening? Because the endgame PvE is just the same as the rest of the PvE in the game. Not very good. Actually, as a matter of fact, I didn't start getting frustrated with the PvE in the game until I got out to the PvP zone of the Deep Desert. When I realized how just artificial it all was, I got mad. It's lazy game design. And that's because I have said it before and I'll say it again. The AI in the PvE portion of this game was developed as an afterthought to funnel players into what was supposed to be the guild versus guild PvP, which again was not very smartly put together. You know what I haven't seen? I haven't seen a notice of a server reset. Has anybody been getting a server reset notification at all? Because I haven't seen one. Oh shit, here we go.
I see someone.
He's back. Perfect timing. I don't know what exactly that times out to, but it definitely wasn't 15 minutes. We've still got 6 minutes until what is supposed to be the... Whoa! The daily reset. So the reset paired with whatever progress we get out of this is definitely going to push us past the 10,000 mark we need to hit. You haven't seen a notice either? Okay, so nobody's seen a notice. That's weird. I'll have to check the Discord and see if they've, like, said anything. About, like, no reset, possibly? I don't know. That'd be a first. North America resets in 4 minutes. Just hasn't dropped any warnings. Come here. Come on. Oh, I ran out of power. Not good, not good, not good, not good, not good. I wasn't paying attention to my power at all. Nice try, fellas, but I call this the pillar technique. It's where you hide behind, whatever pillar is closest to you. It has to be a pillar, though, otherwise it doesn't work. Cannot be just a wall. The only difference between these labs solo and not solo is when you're solo, all of the AI is targeting you. Fucking hell, I meant to... When you're solo, all of the AI is targeting you, which sucks ass. So the second you have 2 or even 3 people in here, it becomes totally trivial. Because not all the AI is targeting you at once, so it's much easier to section them off and attack them as you need to.
Shields up. They're coming. Weapon empty.
Two minutes remaining. Nice. Oh, you have a question. You got in a fight. You got into a fight like a half hour. This guy came to you as soon as he engages you. Your screen froze. After your screen came back, you were stuck, and this guy killed you. I don't know. Honestly, that sounds more of like some sort of like network problem rather than him cheating. You know what I'm saying? Like I doubt that there's some sort of cheat out there that allows you to freeze somebody's screen and then cause them, wow, what the fuck? And cause them to get like actually stuck in the terrain or something like that. That almost sounds like your game kind of lagged out for a second and just happened to be unfortunate timing, if I'm being honest. But it just kind of depends exactly, you know, what it looked like, right? like, what do you mean by your screen froze? You know, did you have any network messages as your screen froze? Because it's possible some people like run like the quick DDoS when they attack somebody, for example, in like old school RuneScape, but typically to DDoS you need like ISP and stuff like that, you know what I mean? Yeah, that's smart, David. I'm actually trying to like section these fights off here so we don't end up dead or something by the time we come back. Trying to log out, be over here or something. $9,728 progress has been achieved. We will more than complete this thing by the time the servers come back up, which is crazy. Well, right after the servers come back up, which is wild. Connection to server lost? Oh, great, him. What am I wearing for armor? Currently, right now, we're in our tier 5 PvP set. Just because it was full loot this week. I haven't swapped back into the tier 6 set that we're using. So I'm sitting in full Mendex right now. Oh, there goes the connection. I'm sitting in full Mendex right now strictly because the meta for PvP on this server is range. So because we were diving into the full loot PvP all week, we've had the heavy armor on to help with that and whatever. Typically I'm wearing pincushion and a mixture of pincushion and other armor. J.A. Blizzle, you wish we could wear the armor the shooters wear. The robes? Is that what you're talking about? Because that is a pretty nice looking set of armor. Yeah, could have just been an unfortunate timing thing, Shadow, to be honest. Now, if you fight the same guy 4 times and the same thing happens 4 times in a row, that might be something nefarious happening, you know what I mean? Yeah, Jay, that armor that they've got on is pretty solid, I'll give you that. Do I think Funcom will add holiday events to Dune? No. Not in the sense of like a content event. Now, this is funny. Do you want to consider the event that's going on right now a content event? And will they add events like that to holidays? No. Nope. Now, will they do like cosmetic holiday events where very stupid things will end up getting you cosmetics, if not money? Something really dumb in-game? Like less content than even what we're dealing with now with this event? Possibly. I can see the holidays coming out with stuff like that. Cosmetics. Cosmetics mainly. It makes you wonder how they plan on monetizing this game because I haven't seen much cosmetic monetization inside of the game. But, so if they're just strictly relying on selling DLCs and selling expansions, this game is in trouble. Like, I don't think they'll have enough funding to hit a 10-year plan if that's the case. But I say that, and Conan Exiles has been in development for like a decade, so maybe once a game's out, with how little effort Funcom puts into it, they'll be able to knock it out just fine. No, I know what you meant. I'm just saying holiday events aren't going to have content inside of them. They might have a holiday event that has cosmetics, As in, oh, here's the holiday Twitch drops or something stupid like that. But there's not going to be like a holiday event where it's like, oh, go and do this Christmas themed quest line or something like that, or Halloween themed quest line. This event is crap, David. A worm wearing a Santa hat would probably be the furthest that they go inside of an event when it comes to doing anything. Nine hours remaining until Oceania resets into the next week, and we will officially know what exactly we're going to be fighting for next week. Hopefully, it's something solid. Azam coming in, dropping that sub over on YouTube. Hello, hello. Hi, how are you? Welcome. I doubt they even go that far dark. It'll be just some stupid ass cosmetics that they put out and they call it their holiday event. None of it'll be any substantial content where you actually go and do anything inside of the game. You guys want to watch Kel get wrecked by this event? Poor Kel. Ah, fuck it, we might as well full screen it. It doesn't look like the audio's working. I don't even know if audio does work. All right, watch Kel pull off some master piloting skills here. Excellent. Obviously got to get out of the rad zone, except for he forgot one important thing you've got to look up, especially during this event. Oh, not only did he lose his ornithopter, but he died on top of it. Oh, no. Oh, no, dude. There's no shadow. There's no nothing. Just death, bro. Oh, that's like a fully busted ornithopter too, isn't it? That's like a fully broken ornithopter. Have the harmony resets been getting any faster, or have they been getting any or have they been getting longer? The cockpit, a wing, and one other thing was zeroed out. Well, at least it wasn't like a full chassis getting zeroed out, and now you gotta craft up the chassis. And hopefully, I'm assuming it did not count as a worm death or anything like that. So just a little bit of some durability and some wire, I suppose. That's freaking brutal. That'd have been an I quit moment. Alrighty, ladies and gentlemen, it is now 4:10 a.m. and typically we ride these things out until 7, and we are going to get back into the swing of that. However, I've got some extra things I need to knock out. It's my wife's day off, to be honest, and I want to go make sure that we get all of the dishes and all of the cleaning done before she wakes up so she doesn't feel obligated to attempt to knock some of that out. You know what I'm saying? So we're going to go knock that out for her. We are less than 24 hours away from the deep desert reset. So today's a moving day, ladies and gentlemen. Tomorrow, we're going to be doing the moving. We're going to be kind of setting up for next week, figuring out what exactly we have to fight for next week and what all is going to be going on with that. We're going to need to be doing prep to move out both on Harmony and on Dew Gap. So we're going to be moving 2 bases out next week into the deep desert in order to do some mining. And we'll be able to whip back out the tier 6 armor and whatnot and really get on into it. But I definitely appreciate you guys stopping by. It was another excellent stream. We blitzed past the 400 follower marks over on Twitch today. Absolutely freaking incredible. We got Kel dropping in, Jay Bizzle here, Blizzle here at the end, Juxt per usual, Broncos, Dies for Days was here for a while, Karsov as well. Hey, we appreciate you guys. Grey Wolf. I know Jen was here for a bit. I could talk to Jen all night about what's going on with leagues coming up on September 15th. We've got RuneScape leagues coming up. Prep for that. Nami here for a bit. We appreciate you guys regard as well. Over on YouTube, we're looking at the top 10 being Eurism, Cooch, Mick, Carver, Rufus, Comeback Kid, Dark Him, Rock, and then David rounding in, coming in at number 10. We definitely appreciate you guys. We will be back tomorrow, starting up at around the same time, and probably we always go a little bit late on moving days, don't we? Because we just have so much shit going on. But we definitely appreciate you guys. I hope you guys all have an amazing day. I'm out.